Ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I invite the panelists to please take a seat? Bach. Good morning, Sandra, please. Thank you all for being here today. My name is Hernan Manson. I am heading the Inclusive Agribusiness Systems unit in ITC. It's a pleasure for me to be part of this panel and to be your moderator today. I would like to start by welcoming our fellow panelists. Sandra, welcome. Thank you for making the time to be with us. Sandra, you are the CEO of Global CEO of Fair Trade International. I would like also to acknowledge the presence of Josephine. Josephine, welcome. Thank you for making the time. You're very busy, and you are actually coming here to share a lot of your insights. You lead Pelum, which is a network based in Uganda, and you are essentially in contact with a lot of the realities, the smallholder farmers, the agribusiness, but also some of the service providers and the financial institutions. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to Innocent. Innocent, thank you. It is so important for the International Trade Center, for Fair Trade International, for the UN Environment Programme. We are co-organizing this panel together to actually hear to what you have to say. You bring the farmer requirements to life. You not only live them every day, you also bring them to COP28. And I think we need much more of that. This is why we're here today. So Innocent, we're looking forward to hearing to what you have to say and how we can work with you and your network to make things happen. I would also like to welcome Mr. Dinesh. Dinesh, you come from Nepal. You are a long-standing civil servant. You work in government. You're now representing also a private business support organization. Dinesh, without policies, without policymakers, without national governments, we would not be able to have this conversation that we want to have today. So thank you for making the time. And of course, I would also like to welcome Mr. Mario Ceruti. Mario, you work for Lavazza. You're the Chief Sustainability Officer, but you also are the CEO of Lavazza Foundation. So welcome. Thank you for making it here. It is also very important that we have this dialogue with those that are consumer-facing, that are part of trade, that are obviously also investing very much into sustainability and the business with a sector like the coffee sector. Mr. Bachbakani, you're also co-organizer. You will be giving the closing remarks, and we really value this partnership with the UN Environment Programme. You are representing one of the key areas. We're all listening about this. Without finance and investment, nothing of what we talk here, or many of the things that we are talking here today, will happen. We are also listening to, yes, finance is there, investment is there, it doesn't trickle down. And it doesn't really reach where it needs to reach. So what is the disconnect? And Bach, you also bring a very important perspective that is often neglected. Finance is not just finance, it needs to have insurance. It needs to have risk management embedded in it if it's going to be working for all. So thank you, Bach, for being here today. Now, the title of the panel is The Global Green Deal, and how can we make it fit for the Global South, but most importantly, how can the agroecology transition essentially play a role in that? And I'm really looking forward to hearing from all of you, starting with Sandra, who will give the keynote remarks. It's different perspectives, but These are all the perspectives that we need to make change happen. Actually, change is already happening, and I will listen from what you have to say. For us, as International Trade Center, SMEs, small and medium enterprises, family farmers, smallholder farmers, rural workers, they are at the center of this, right? And I just want to highlight that we will only find the right type of solutions if we're working together. If the farmer requirements, the SMEs are put at the center, not only in the panels and the debates, but actually in the action. And with these words, Sandra, I pass on the floor to you. Thank you for accepting to be giving this keynote remark. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. So thank you so much for inviting me to this very important discussion today. I would like to commend ITC, ICC, WTO, UNCTAD, and all the other partners in setting up the Trade House Pavilion as part of COP28. That's one of my very first remarks. In January this year, I visited ITC and met with Pamela and Hernan and the team at ITC. It was for the first time that I was meeting Pamela, the executive director. She passionately engaged my team and I on the necessity of bringing the critical players at the grassroots level, producers and SMEs in agriculture, to the forefront of policy making, and to also give, especially expecting them to give a clear understanding of the realities they faced that were a cost to their businesses, and in effect a direct impact to their livelihood and overall sustainability in the markets and communities. So this event, to me, is the start of this process, where in international negotiations such as this, producers are brought closer and closer to policy and decision-making processes. So I hope this momentum continues, and eventually we can have a seat at the table of negotiations as representatives of producers. So I would like to thank ITC, Hernan, and the team, and the partners for opening up the space for such a critical constituency of climate adaptation requirements so that we are heard as producers. So today's session is important not only because of where we are, the eyes of the world are watching COP28 right now, but because of the rapidly changing global context in which we operate in. A few years ago, the idea that fair trade and many others have championed for decades was considered by many businesses and politicians to be radical or even dangerous. Now, responsible business practices are becoming mainstream. So where does that leave us? Does it mean that our work is or soon will be done? Sadly not. There's still an awfully lot and an awfully long way to go before we achieve genuine and global trade justice. So for us, trade justice matters, because without it, there can be no climate and social justice. Businesses must be part of the climate solution by preparing and by paying fair prices, which allow farmers to farm more sustainably and to also invest in climate adaptation. Trade justice also means protecting human rights and the environment. Governments must implement regulations that shift the power balance in global trade relations. To that end, we welcome legislation aimed at making supply chains more sustainable, such as the EU Deforestation Regulation or the upcoming Corporate Sustainable Due Diligence Directive. But there must also be, and we must also ensure that the burden of meeting those regulations does not just fall on farmers alone. The European Green Deal, the EU's response to the climate and biodiversity crisis, is the overall framework in which these laws and others have been developed. Though welcome, these initiatives risk further marginalizing vulnerable small-scale farmers and producers. That's why Fair Trade, along with the Fair Trade Advocacy Office and the World Fair Trade Organization, is demanding that the EU Green Deal should be transformed into the Global Green Deal. So what does this transformation look like? In its current design, the European Green Deal has many concerns, and some of them, such as the lack of social and environmental justice, are severely undermining its overall purpose. consumption patterns in the EU have negative consequences for the global south in the form of so-called externalities or negative spillovers. Those include exported greenhouse gas emissions, deforestation, and human rights abuses, to name but a few. Our proposed Global Green Deal is based on a deeply reformed trade system which aims to share sustainability gains more equally between partners. It would require binding measures for a just transition to be structurally embedded both in the EU and the EU partner countries. It also rests on promoting new business models that are rooted on sustainability and fairness. The Global Green Deal is a transformative agenda which plainly assumes its responsibilities relating to third and partner countries regarding different kinds of externalities. It aims to transform the EU flagship climate policy into a truly socially and environmentally inclusive policy at the global level. Which brings me to the role of voluntary certification and sustainability standards in shaping a global Green Deal. You would argue that with tougher laws and practices and policies coming into place, organizations such as Fairtrade would be redundant. But this is far from it. Here are a couple of ways our social and ethical-led certification is helping to drive new legislation. Firstly, it comes with compliance. Fairtrade works throughout the entire supply chain to support both producers and businesses to comply with increasingly stringent regulations. In line with this, we're strengthening our standards on HREDD. At this junction, I would like to announce the launch of our most recent report called Supporting Shared Responsibility. This report is Fairtrade's first human rights and environmental due diligence report. It was published on the 3rd of December, and it features aggregated audit data on issues such as labor rights, child protection, and biodiversity. As a first of its kind for a sustainability certification, the report also describes Fairtrade's HREDD process, and we draw attention to poverty and inequality as underlying causes of persistent human rights and environmental harms, and the need for collective action. It was released to coincide with the Human Rights Day, which is on the 10th of December today, and the 75th anniversary of the International Declaration of Human Rights. So the report comes in a context of increased attention to regulation on rights and sustainability topics, from greenwashing to deforestation to corporate due diligence. So I'd like to invite you to read it. Please take your time to go on our website, www.fairtrade.net, and download a copy and have a look at it. We look forward to feedback as well on the report. Secondly, small-scale farmers and workers need to transition to more sustainable production and comply with new regulations. Equally, many businesses want to do the right thing but lack the skills and knowledge to do so. Without training, tools, and access to data, they will be set up to fail. So let's take the new EU regulation on deforestation. Fairtrade has a key role in implementing this law. For example, we're scaling up satellite monitoring for all of Fairtrade certified cocoa and coffee producer organizations globally. That's more than 1 million coffee and cocoa farmers cultivating 2.5 million hectares of land. So Fairtrade co-ops will be able to access data on deforestation risks and also share that data with commercial partners. Another example on implementing the deforestation requirements through capacity building is the key example of how we can do this through the Sankofa project. We at Fairtrade are partnering with our committed buyers, and in this case, this is a Swiss retailer co-op who is one of our buyers, and also partnering with ITC through Hanan's team and other implementing partners on the Sankofa project, which is based in Ghana, and it is focusing on cocoa producers. So since 2017, Co-op has been investing in the farmers from which it sources its cocoa to adopt dynamic agroforestry practices and to diversify their income to more climate-resilient yam cultivation. So we are working with farmers to integrate the production of cocoa, timber, biomass, fruit trees, yam, and other associated crops that are climate resilient into their food systems and also as part of their nutrition. Through this long-term true commitment from end to end of the supply chain, cocoa farmers in Ghana are already reaping results. So we have also seen to date that about 862 plots covering 215 hectares have been converted to dynamic agroforestry with hundreds of thousands of new seedlings. An additional 1,000 hectares are now planted according to diversified food system practices. Families can eat some of their harvests themselves, and they can also sell to their local market, which means they have a diversified income, and this directly contributes to decent livelihoods, one of our standard requirements. Carbon sequestration through tree planting means that farmers are contributing to reducing the carbon emissions along their supply chain. So this is just an example of how we can actually implement the deforestation regulation working together collectively. Now, fair trade has a significant role in advocating for smallholder farmers' needs and voices to be heard. That is why it is so important for small-scale farmer organizations to have a say in the laws and policies which directly affect them and which may have unintended consequences to them. So we need to ensure that producers sit at the table of policy formulation with national delegations that are coming to negotiations such as the COP and explain how food systems are so important, and that is why we must link agriculture to climate resilience so that we can actually have a more sustainable Green Deal. But we need to let the producers come to the table and also engage with policymakers on this. So climate adaptation can only be reached at the grassroots level if we are open to reviewing upwards the current incomes that producers have and what a living income would look like when sustainable production has been applied. This means reviewing the base prices of cocoa, coffee, and other cash crops that access external markets, and also reviewing the final cost of the products to the consumer. The continuous debate is whether this cost should be transferred to the consumer and what it would mean for business. And it's because of this that we're having big challenges with discussions with our buyers at the top of the supply chain. Fair prices with the consideration of decent livelihoods for farmers and workers needs to be discussed extensively with all our captains of industry and our captains of business. It should be a shared responsibility for collective action. Such discussions will also pave a way for opening up more opportunities to promote South-to-South market diversification and strengthen value addition and transformation to fully finished products sold in markets where they're sourced. Very important for our economies. Along with our partners, fair trade can help ensure the voices of the producers are heard and their opinions taken into account. So no deal can really be a global Green Deal if it's not an inclusive Green Deal. Unless the people who are directly impacted are at the table, then it should actually be a challenge. So we must ensure that we strengthen equal voices on the table. So to sum up, we very much welcome this session. We very much welcome this long overdue move towards sustainability and environmental protection through legislation and policies. But it must not be at the expense of farmers and producers who are the most vulnerable partners in climate change. So we all have a part to play through our choices as consumers and through our votes to negotiations at the tables of policy. So thank you very much, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion that will take place this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. You are welcome to stay with us. Thank you very much. A global Green Deal cannot be a deal if it is not inclusive and resilient. And it also needs to be locally and regionally adapted. And I would like to hear hello? I would like to hear from Josephine on this. Josephine, over to you to share with us your thoughts on how are we and how are you adapting at the local and the regional level, and what are the types of services and needs that you're actually promoting and seeing on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I sincerely appreciate this opportunity given to us by ITC and partners to share some of the work that we do. And as PELAM is an abbreviation, but it's Participatory Ecological Land Use Management. And it's a network of over 72 non-government organizations that are working directly with over 3 million smallholder farmers in the Pearl of Africa, which is Uganda. What we do majorly is to promote agroecology as one of the sustainable food systems, but also that is able to address the triple nexus that we are currently facing when it comes to global challenges of food insecurity, climate crisis, and the loss of biodiversity. So when it comes to this particular area, agroecology is one of the aspects that we have to consider when it comes to transition. And when we're working with the smallholder farmers, because already productivity is one of the issues that we look at, there always comes a question. We've increased our production, what next? So the question of trade comes through. But as we grapple with this question, we face a lot of challenges, one of which is the lack of extension services to the smallholder farmers. And when I talk about extension, we are looking at also the aspects of research. Trade is such a very interesting topic, and where I come from in terms of NGO and private sector, at times we don't seem to augur well. Because in civil society organizations, we tend to operate things as laissez-faire, whereas when it comes to business, every time and every coin really matters. So changing that perspective and having people to think through that means that we have to share the same thoughts, bring them to the table that Sandra was talking about, and actually have them participate in the spaces. We grapple with issues of capacity building when it comes to value addition, product development, and how to see that our products comfortably compete with the different conventional products on the market. Agroecology has to offer, because in itself it's a sustainable food system that promotes healthy and nutritious food, but that alone does not qualify for our products to automatically get onto the market. Issues around product development, access to finance is one of those issues that we also face with. And as moderator was talking about, not all finance qualifies to be insurance. So even with agriculture itself, it's one of the things that microfinance institutions or lending institutions look at as a very unviable venture to invest in. So with all that we grapple with and the effects of climate change, there is need for the smallholder farmers to have access to justice financial services, those that they'll be able to benefit from and actually see how they can elevate their trade from where we are in terms of the local trade to the international level, where most of our farmers and other trade people are competing as well. The issue of policy also comes through. How are policies structured? Who do they favor? Whose interests are they addressing? Do they really address the issues that the farmers are facing when it comes to equitable access to trade? I'll give an example of back home. We have the East African Common Market Protocol, where all the East African countries are supposed to have a kind of free trade area within. But for the past 3 years, we have faced challenges with some of our neighbors. Rwanda closed its borders at one point and were not able to sell anything there. Kenya has always tried to come in and say, we won't take your products because of aflatoxins. Recently, Tanzania came up and said, no, we have a lot of rice, so we don't need any rice from Uganda. So that leaves us with very many questions. Is this really effective? We have the African Continental Free Trade Area as well. But therein there lies very many myths that we don't understand. So there is need for us to unpack the trade and non-tariff barriers to ensure that if we are talking about free access to trade, we actually mean it and have actions to ensure that we benefit from this. I'll stop here, because if I continue, I may not give time to others. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Josephine, for those thoughts. And you actually did the job of the panel all by yourself. You're mentioning everything that is required. Thank you. We will come back to you, and we will generate a bit of dialogue among us. So, Innocent, you need no introduction. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank ICC, ITC for this opportunity. As a farmer, this is the first time farmers are brought on negotiation tables where decisions are made. I would like to thank Fair Trade for that opportunity that has always done to bring farmers' voices nearer to negotiation tables. I think for the last COPs, farmers have been left redundant, but for this time, we are here to present our issues. We really thank the EU for the registration that it brought up on environmental due diligence and human rights. Of course, as a farmer, I welcome that. Nobody doesn't really require to associate himself with those registrations. Because these policies and registrations come to address the challenges that we've had for a long time that associate themselves with low production, low productivity, and low incomes. A farmer has been facing such a challenges. So when stakeholders come in to give a hand in that, of course, you must work that way with him or her. However, these challenges are still very hard to address without farmers' inputs. You know, these registrations are done without much deeper depth understanding of what farmers require and what are their efforts to address these challenges of low incomes, deforestation, low wages, market the dynamics. So you find you are left aside in negotiation. So I think at this moment, we have to appreciate that farmers are already doing something together with fair trade, because like my organization, we are certified by fair trade in 1998. So we have walked a long journey and we have done a lot in agroecology and environment, whereby we have done a lot of tree planting around our estates and our factory to act as carbon sinks, so that we also contribute to the global challenges of reducing emissions. We also have transited from fossil fuels, whereby at least 10% of our energy consumption has now shifted from fossil energies to now clean energy, that is solar. But of course, this comes at a cost that actually penetrates or just puts a farmer to at least contribute some money, whereas he doesn't have that money. So, of course, we have also done other interventions like having energy and soil water conservation initiatives, like reducing on soil and water erosions that of course contribute to soil infertility, that of course prey on the quality and the yield of our product. So what do we require as a farmer? We require like three things. One, can these buyers appreciate our role and our inputs that we do put in, and we have collaborations like buying more of our ESCO products so that we continue to support our farmers in these initiatives. Can they have long-term contracts? Because agroecology systems and Green Deal requires commitment. It requires a lot of process. This is not something that you can actually do in 1, 2 years or 5 years. It needs a transition. It needs support, because we already enjoy high costs of production. For example, like today, as a farmer, to produce 1 kilogram of tea, I invest in 1.8 US dollars against the market that pays me $0.8. So it means that I'm entering into my pocket again. So I need support of long-term contracts. I need the buyer to also participate in putting money for capacity building, to train, to change the mindset of farmers, to change the mindset of workers. You have to have a group of people to do that great awareness, because these things have not been actually, we've not been familiar to them. So if they are coming on board as new things, we need to enhance that awareness. So we require more support from our partner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Innocent. And thank you for making it so tangible and real. right? You just mentioned in numbers that you need to invest 1.5 and you get 0.8, right? But you're also saying longer term trust relationships with buyers can help so that you actually look at all these investments, right? And these investments might not necessarily only come from the business itself, your business, the buyer's business, from trade. We need to invest. And I think this links very well to things that Bach may touch upon. UN Secretary General is saying we need a massive investment as one of the #1 priorities if we are going to transform food systems, right? And the private sector cannot do it alone. It has a very important role to play in all of this. But so does the financial sector, so does the government and the governments. And I think this is the spirit of what we're trying to say. So thank you, Innocent. And with this, I will transition to Mr. Dinesh. Dinesh, you represent the public sector, the government perspective in all of this. So if you can share your insights on the role the governments play and can play through policies, through support in the transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And good morning, everybody. Actually, out of the total household, around 62% of the household are engaged in agriculture in Nepal. And they have an average of 0.5 hectare of land. This indicates that the majority of the people majority of the farmers are small-scale farmers. They are representing the farming system in Nepal. And out of this 50 to 62%, the 44% of the household, they know about the effect of climate change. And they also know the losses occur due to the change in the climate. Their production and productivity is declining due to the change in the climate. Different frauds, climate change, the severe fraud, drought, increased temperature has caused declining in production and productivity in Nepal. And I think it's all in the globe, especially in small areas, it's affecting there. And especially during this monsoon, and this due to heavy rainfall and landslide, there's a disturbance that damage the road, and there'll be disturbance in the transport of agri-foods that disturb the whole supply of agri-foods, food chain supply. And that could not fulfill the demand in the market, and that increases the cost over there. Similarly, this heavy snowfall, sometimes in the alpine area, that causes the huge loss or the death of the this yak and sheep in the alpine area, causing a big loss of the property of the people, and that also disturbing the livelihood of the people of the alpine area. These are the major effects of the climate change that we are facing. In order to cope with all those problems, the private sector is also doing some sort of these programs. And one of this policy program is they are implementing this National Adaptation Plan. They planned this, they made a plan and also implemented to adapt the effect of climate change. And they are also giving a priority for research and development, R&D, to produce drought-resistant variety of crop, and also those crops that needs less water for the production. The water conservation is one of the important area. They are maintaining the traditional ponds and also promoting for the drip irrigation to conserve the water and to save the water. The promotion of sustainable farming practices, thereby adopting the modern agriculture production system and mechanization. The government is promoting the weather forecast and Weather forecast this information was sent by radio, television, and FM radios and other digital media. This agriculture insurance policy has been strictly, has given priority and giving subsidy in the premium to the farmers. And they are allotting the good agricultural practices, that initiating to adopt this practice. The production of bioorganic fertilizer and biopesticides, they are encouraging to produce. Similarly, the soil test, recommend the proper dose of the chemical fertilizers, and irrigation. Regarding irrigation, they are giving priority for the solar one. So, yeah. These are there are still many policies. These are the major things, but they think that it has to be implemented very strictly. Yeah, they are policy. They are very good policy, but it has to be policy. And from the private side also, private sector also playing a good role for the sake of these small producers and the traders. They are supporting this implementation of the National Adaptation Plan to the government. And they are providing sustainable approaches for business by using alternative energy and by the use of solar energy, alternative energy, and this electric vehicle and those things that reduces this fossil fuel consumption. They also involved in timely and quality supply of agricultural production inputs, and invest in the biofertilizer, biopesticide production. They invest in infrastructure like cold storage, warehouse, and this value chain related equipments. They transfer improved technology to the farmers, and also they link the financial institutions. They link farmers to the financial institutions for the credit. These are some of the activities this private sector are doing in order to support the small-scale producers and traders to improve their, this business or livelihood or something. So, yeah, these are the things.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dinesh, for this. I think you're being very concrete. Certain risks that actually impact smallholder farmers, that impact rural producers and SMEs, cannot be dealt alone. You need the government to raise awareness. You need the government to have policies in place. You need the government to have strategies in place. And I also take from you there are certain investments that cannot be only made by private sector. You need the government to co-invest and lead the direction in this. You need the infrastructure. I want to make a transition as well. It is often the extension services in the rural areas that are government-led or working for government agencies, as well as private sector or farmer organization-related agencies that are bridging the last mile. And it is so important, you talk about innovations, you talk about new ideas or solutions that work in different places, but it is really the raising awareness and the role of adapting that is critical, so that then can be more adoption, right? So farmers, SMEs, to have an incentive to adopt these innovations. And often it is the extension services that play a very important role. And finally now, we started from the global perspective, Sandra. We looked at the global systems, what Fair Trade International is doing in relation to promoting, to adapting, to adopting the Green Deal, to shaping the Green Deal. We look at Dinesh all the way down to the community systems, right? And I think there needs to be a whole dialogue between community systems, national systems, and of course the global systems. And we go back to Mario now. Mario, to hear your thoughts.
Sure.
You represent at the same time a buyer in the coffee industry. You represent at the same time somebody that is in contact with many consumers. A lot of the consumers are in the European markets, in the American markets, in the Asian market, but also in the global south. And you already are doing certain initiatives, but you're not doing it this alone. And I want to emphasize on this. So maybe you can share a bit on the reflections you have, but also based on what the other panelists are saying, and then on what you're doing. Thank you, Mario.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. There are, of course, many levels, but one of the specific point that I just want to comment on your point, Hernan, is really the cooperation, the collaboration. More and more, the problems are complex, and I think more and more we have to forget any sort of, let's say, simple solution made by a small group of various entities. More and more, the goal 17 gets very important of the SDGs, and we really feel, I think all of us, we really think the need to cooperate and to really build up on the specific expertise that people have. One upon the time we say, well, you should not reinvent the wheel every time, and I think is even more and more pertinent today. And so really that brings to try to put together a different point of view, different resources, different approaches in order to deliver a better solution. One of the things that we did also to try to be as practical as possible, because that's also another of the risk, is that thinking about complex issues, sometimes one gets lost into theoretical solution and approach. And so we wanted to bring it back to something very practical, and Hernan is really a master of practicalities, to be very, very practical, and that is very good. And so together with ITC and other partners, we developed this idea that I just briefly wanted to talk with you this morning, which is the Center for Circular Economy in Coffee. The idea was really to work in the intersection of the circular economy, which of course is a very important concept per se, and very important in the context of the Green Deal. It's probably one of the most important concepts into this area. But of course, to try to limit to some sector, we as a company and as a foundation, we know which is the coffee. So in the intersection of these two concepts, we found a lot of know-how, a lot of experiences, a lot of studies, but in a way we felt that there was a bit of a lack in coordination and in spreading the knowledge. So the first initial point of the center, which is, by the way, not a for-profit activity whatsoever, and really the objective is to put knowledge together and make it available. The good, but also the bad one. The good because if there is a good practice, why, whatever it can be, why not to make it available to everybody? So if a grower in Uganda is doing something that works well, why not to make it available to growers in Brazil or wherever, in Colombia or whatever else? Again, staying on the coffee field, but in principle that is valid for every type of commodity. But on the other side as well, if there have been some path that didn't really went to a positive result, why not to make it available as well? Sometimes it's better to avoid mistakes than to find necessarily the good solution as at the first attempt. So this was the first objective, and then of course as a collateral there will be opportunities to networking, opportunities to find say even more sophisticated solution with the involvement of a certain number of universities around the world, etc., etc. And there will also be a very important part in kind of matchmaking of supply and demand of circular result products. So, for example, if I am a coffee grower and I have I don't know, 100 tons of ask, and I don't really know what to do. Maybe there is somebody else that is looking for the ask to do some maybe some sophisticated treatment and get some very important and sometimes also very important value added products. So this is really the objective. Find something very simple, something that could be available for everybody. And I already distributed this small leaflet where there are probably explain better than what I do the basic idea. And again, just to be very clear, is the idea is that for the small and medium companies as well as the grower and this type of organization is of course totally free participation. In principle, is free for everybody to go in the web and finding the solution that he might be interested in and using the know-how that is. And so the idea is just only some of the member will finance the development. It's not really a very big organization at all. So that's not really the purpose of the game. We are also enlarging in terms of other organization participation. But as I said, everybody is welcome to participate at any level, to contribute with know-how, to get the know-how, to add additional collateral activities or services.
Thank you. Thank you, Mario. And the innovation here, I think, is the whole idea of the matchmaking. So the circular economy, it is critical part and puzzle of the agroecology. Agroecology is part of it. It can't work without circular economy and vice versa. And knowledge is there. Knowledge is actually locally available many times. A lot of the innovations are coming from the bottom up. But what is not always there, and this links also to what Josephine was saying, is the connection, the dissemination, the adoption by all this coordination. And I think the matchmaking part of what you're raising, it's not just a center, but it has a function to actually matchmake innovations, people, farm organizations, buyers in the value chain operators, but it also matchmakes and links with finance and investment, right? Because when we hear to the finance and investment side of things, it is often the pipeline, as they call it, that is missing. Bankable, impactful, sustainable projects, as they call it, right? And I think this is quite innovative, and congratulations to you and all the network that is behind that. Now I would like to open the floor for some questions. We have a bit of time before we go to the closing remarks by Mr. Bakani. So maybe 2 or 3 questions. We'll have a final round, and then we will close. Any comments, questions to any of the panel, to all of the panel members, to Sandra? Yes?
Hi, everyone. I'm Heather Terry. I'm the CEO of Good Sam Foods in the United States. And Sandra, I have a question for you. So Fair Trade International is such an amazing group, obviously doing huge things around the world with a lot of smaller companies. So especially in places like the United States, there's a lot of small and medium-sized enterprises buying into Fair Trade International, all of those groups. How can a group like Fair Trade, understanding, right, that a lot of smaller companies don't have the capacity to go direct to farmers, how can Fair Trade International, or is Fair Trade International, building any bridges between private businesses and farmers, right? Meaning not only for that relationship so that they can really understand the relationship, but also on the small business side, to build access to funding to amplify those businesses and grow those businesses so that they can take more offtake?
Yes, that's a very good question. So we, in our pool of commercial partners that we work with discount retailers, corporate brands, and we also work with SMEs who are looking to source very specific tier products, about 7 tier products. So we work with coffee, cocoa, flowers. We have spices as well. We have bananas and quite a big range of products across the board. So in the U.S. market, where we haven't expanded as much. We have an office known as Fair Trade America. It's based in D.C., and one of the key components they actually look at is tapping into corporate brands, retailers, but also small and medium-sized companies as well to actually bring them closer to farmers. What's important to note is the rate of demand. So we haven't yet put in a lot of effort in exploring this particular segment, but we do see there's a lot of opportunity within a particular space. And that's also because we haven't proactively gone to the companies to say, you know, come and let's work together. But it's something we are looking into, especially now as we see that there's a lot of core interest in in corporate social responsibility within this market segment. We're looking into that. Initially, that market segment had a very key focus on cost leadership. But with the way the world and the business ecosystem is changing, we're seeing that corporate shared value is very important. Responsible purchasing practices and business practices is very important for that market segment. And we're also raising awareness within that segment. So it's something we're picking up on within the US market. In Europe, it's very big. So we don't necessarily just focus on corporate brands. We focus on growing companies, growing enterprises. In the South markets, we also work a lot with businesses in the South that are, I would say, SMEs, yeah, and also corporate brands. So within the European space, within the South markets in Latin America, North Asia, Pacific, and Africa, we do have that. In the US, it's something that's a growth potential. So I'm glad to see that there's an interest there, and I think we can take it offline and pick up on how we can link you with our Fair Trade America office and build that a bit more. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, Fiona?
Thanks very much. I also work with Hernan at the International Trade Center. And there was something that Sandra said in her talk that is something that's really been going through my mind over the last few days, where we're having a lot of calls for climate finance and conversations about how to make that reach the small business. So it's essential from all the things that the panel have said, I think, about capacity building. But the point you made is also like the consumer. And I think this was raised in the panel as well. How do we share the costs of this change? Because we're asking for a big change. We're asking for a global Green Deal. Someone will have to pay, because we know the reality is to make this change, it needs to happen at many different levels across the value chain. So I'd maybe be interested in maybe a couple of comments from the panel, maybe Sandra, but maybe others, about how do we share the cost? We as consumers, we're all consumers as well as in this space. We should be prepared to pay, but how do we incentivize that across the value chain? Equal, fair distribution of cost.
Thank you, Fiona, for that. Any reflections on that? Any ideas? Maybe Innocent?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think at the end of this conversation, I will answer her questions with two answers or requests. One, at the end of it all, is that my prayer is to say that ITC, WTO, and other agencies should actually promote ESCO businesses like what Fair Trade is doing. Because, for example, we are, for the last 2 decades, we have collected $0.5 million from ESCO business that has been able to help us pay school fees for double orphans, invest in agroforestry and agroecology, helped us to have health systems better for our mothers, our children. So it can be a shared responsibility in that way, but also for the UN organizations and stakeholders to create a pool of funding that will trickle down to the farmer that I will use as a smallholder farmer to finance all agroecology systems Of course, we appreciate that we have traditional knowledge that we must concentrate, but also it must be organized in the way that we must have an interlinkage between what farmers are doing, what the young generations are doing in schools. So there must be some interconnection between the young generation and the old generation that can be actually accessed through education systems, so that that awareness transits from the young generation to the older generation. So uh, uh, this can be a global mobilization of resources put together and directed to a smallholder farmer for use. I think it can be practically visible and practically useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Innocent. Nothing to add. And thanks for reminding that win-win requires partnerships, but win-win starts with the farmer. And we all have our responsibility. Mario.
Oh, yes, just a quick point on the comment that Fiona made, which I totally share. This is one point. But there is also another one, which is the efficiency of the cost, because we can get to the same results in many, many ways. And there are some ways that deliver some efficiency, but others that don't. So the key point is really to understand what are the objective, what we want, and what are the costs associated. Who pay is already one issue. I don't want to enter into that at this moment, but I also want to add that it's very important that the cost that we're going to face are the most efficient one, because otherwise we just create more and more layer of inefficiency, and we are not really making a service not to the grower, not to the final consumer, and of course not everybody in the middle.
Thank you, Mario. I will go to Sandra for a final comment on behalf of the panel, and then we will close with Mr. Bach Bakani. Sandra.
Thank you. You know, it is a very contentious debate about where is this cost transferred to the consumer, to the customer. Does the customer factor it into their, their annual GDP? I mean, annual budget that they actually take back to the supply chain. It's an ongoing discussion. Ideally, in an ideal world, I would think there should be a collective shared responsibility from companies that are working with supply chains in the South, to consider that existing cost. It's always been there. There's always an input, there's always a cost in every input you put within the production that is covered by the producer. Yesterday, we were having a discussion with one of our UN partners, and they were actually saying producers take a risk every day in investing in their supply chain, and nobody actually covers them. They have no collateral, they have no guarantee. It's just a risk they take as an everyday business. And now, in addition to that risk, which comes to friction income, we are calling for sustainable costs to be factored into their businesses at a grassroots level. And that's a big challenge. But since the EU legislation has made a requirement across all sectors for all companies to enforce these requirements into the supply chain, there must be a collective responsibility from companies to add a certain percentage cost within their supply chains and reinvest back into their businesses. So there has to be that agreement. What we could do as part of this solution is to calculate what that cost looks like and give, like you said, a fixed number and a key understanding of where that cost would be, needs to be inherently factored. So if it's in human rights and environmental due diligence, if it's in good governance practices, if it's in sourcing the right seedlings, if it's in improving data on climate issues and strengthening precision agriculture across the board, then we need to come up with those tangible details and information. But even that needs capacity. Even then, the producers need capacity to build those viable project interventions that Hanan was talking about. But in an ideal world, in the future, fair prices should not just be for selective companies that feel that they're socially responsible. Fair prices should be for all businesses as a shared responsibility. So then would not be needed as fair trade if we could move in that direction. So hopefully, this could be a lifestyle choice for businesses to tie sustainability, development, and commercial interests together. Yeah.
Thank you, Sandra. Bach, over to you for the closing remarks.
Thank you very much. I'll try to connect the COP to all the way to Innocent and to Josephine and to Dinesh with my closing remarks. And I'd like to end with three things that the UN Environment Program can do can contribute to the solution set. And I've created an acronym for it. It's FIT, F-I-T, easy to remember. So F is for finance, I is insurance, and T is for trade. I'll start with trade. So over the past 20 years, global trade to agricultural products more than tripled to reach 1.5 trillion in 2018. However, the environmental footprint of the agri-sector has been perpetrated by perverse public incentives. So according to the UNEP FAO UNDP report, a multi-billion-dollar opportunity, governments spend nearly 540 billion annually on price incentives and fiscal subsidies. That's about 15% of total agricultural production value. Out of this, 87% includes price-distorting measures that harm the environment and human health. Continuing with these trends, the support could reach almost $1.8 trillion by 2030. So what are some thoughts in this regard? Repurposing these subsidies can transform and strengthen the resilience of food systems, and the freed up fiscal space could then be directed to, for example, financing of nature-based solutions through setting up of social safety nets, investments for provision of goods and services for agriculture, such as R&D and infrastructure, and for sustainable agricultural practices. This requires concerted efforts by the trade community. Yesterday, the State of Financing Nature was released by UNEP, and the figure is daunting. There's around 7 trillion of nature negative flows that is happening right now. And if you look at finance flows to nature-based solutions, there's around 200 billion, and around 80% of that is from public finance, and around 20% is from private finance. Eliminating these border measures globally would result in emissions reduction of around 55.7 trillion tons of carbon by 2030. Supporting the achievement of climate-related targets under the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, or Target 18. That means identifying by 2025 and eliminate phase-out of reform incentives, including subsidies harmful for biodiversity. There are also examples of trade and trade-related measures that could encourage trade supportive of sustainable agriculture and food systems. Regional trade agreements, trade preferences, or market access concessions on goods that encourage trade supportive of environmentally preferable products and services, such as sustainable agri-products, bio-trade products, and services. More support is needed to enhance capacity of developing countries and countries vulnerable to climate change. One vehicle, for example, is the WTO-led Aid for Trade initiative, which its 2023-2024 program places food security among its three key pillars. So that's the first one, trade. Let me go to finance. Trade finance institutions, including banks, insurers, export credit agencies, could be critical actors in promoting sustainable trade by aligning their trade finance programs with climate and net zero targets. 80 to 90% of trade operations rely on trade finance. They can play a key role in leveraging sustainable trade. So at UNEP, we have a finance initiative which convenes the most important initiatives across the whole net zero finance space, across banking, insurance, and investment. And they aim to make net zero part of every professional financial decision they make, whether it's a lending decision, an insurance decision, or investment decision. That is the goal. For these financial institutions, whether it's a bank, an insurer, or investor, the biggest source of greenhouse gas emissions is not from their own operations, from Scope 1 or Scope 2. The biggest source of emissions are the Scope 3 emissions. These are the emissions associated with the companies in their financial portfolios that they invest in, they lend to, or insure, be it large multinational companies like Lavazza or MSMEs. These banks, insurers, and investors are now transitioning their lending, insurance, and investment portfolios to net zero emissions by mid-century and are setting interim science-based targets for their financial portfolios that ultimately aim to reduce emissions in the real economy across all industry sectors. That's from energy to aviation and shipping to agriculture, cement, and steel. To make it crystal clear for all of you that the net zero train has really left the station, um, and that it will eventually become the norm for every financial institution around the world. Here at COP28, just a few days ago, we launched our fourth Net Zero Alliance, the Net Zero Export Credit Agencies Alliance. And who are the founding members? There's EKN from Sweden, Export and Investment Fund of Denmark, Export Development Canada, Svensk Export Credit in Sweden, UK Export Finance, and some of the affiliate members are Etihad Credit Export Insurance here in the UAE, Seske in Spain, and Kazakh Export in Kazakhstan. So the train for net zero finance has left, and that will increasingly impact the food and agricultural sector and global trade. Last but not the least, vulnerability, resilience, and the role of financial risk protection like insurance. Here at COP28, over 130 countries, home to over 5.7 billion people, 70% of the food we eat, nearly 500 million farmers, and 76% of total emissions from the global food system have signed the Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food Systems, and Climate Action. Let me just cite a few sentences from the words of that declaration that relate to vulnerability, resilience, and insurance. Scaling up adaptation and resilience activities and responses in order to reduce the vulnerability of all farmers, fisherfolk, and other food producers to the impacts of climate change. Promoting food security and nutrition by increasing efforts to support vulnerable people. Supporting workers in agri and food systems, including women and youth, including through blended instruments and public-private partnerships and other aligned efforts. So here's the concrete effort from UNEP. At UNEP, we have partnered with the ministers of finance of the vulnerable 20 group of countries. These were originally 20 countries from the most vulnerable countries in the global south. They have now expanded to 68 of ministries of finance and countries around the world. These countries, obviously, the backbone of the economies are MSMEs, and they're systematically vulnerable to climate shocks. So a few years ago, I was at the V20 in Manila, and the Philippines is my home country. We came up with this idea of, can we have an insurance facility that could protect MSMEs that's actually owned by developing countries rather than simply an idea that comes from the north. So we have created this V20 Sustainable Insurance Facility at UNEP. We are not replicating insurance schemes at the regional level that in the Caribbean or African states or in the Pacific Islands at the regional level. We're also not eyeing all the experimentation that's happened in the last 2 decades on insurance at the household level. We're specifically targeting micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises because we have seen that they are not only underserved, in many cases they are unserved but in terms of insurance protection. So with this, we actually, my colleague here, Brandon Matthews, is leading that initiative within UNEP, within our insurance work. And we actually have a pipeline of projects already. He's been to Nepal, to Kenya, and other parts of Asia to actually understand how can we replicate in a template approach a lot of insurance solutions that we know can work already and then bring it to scale. We don't want to have more pilots. We actually want to replicate it so that the 3 million farmers that Josephine mentioned earlier could actually get insured and be resilient to climate shocks.
Thank you.
So on that note, I'd like to end with that solution from UNEP. And I think from here, our battle cry is really what Simon Steele from the UNFCCC Executive Secretary mentioned at the opening remarks. That shouldn't be our battle cry. He said, like, one of the things that, if you heard the opening remarks, one of the things that he mentioned is that whenever he asked his teenager son to do something, his son would say, I'm trying to try, Dad. And we think that's not going to work. So I think we're here to really go with practical action. And I think we can see it all over. We need to unite, act, and deliver. So by the time we have our next session at COP29, we need to measure progress against the solution set that we have laid out.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Butch, let me reassure you, you have everything you need in this panel here today to scale, to reach what we need to reach to change. So I encourage the panel members to have a side discussion among us with Butch, and I want a big clap for all the panel members for this great panel. Thank you. We will have a family picture. Thank you very much. You've been a wonderful audience.
We're going to start, ladies. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade House. My name is Chantaline Carpentier, and I'm the head of the Trade, Environment, Climate Change, and Sustainable Development branch at UNCTAD, the UN Conference on Trade and Development, one of the partners to host this Trade House with our colleagues from ITC, ICC, and WTO. And today's session is, I believe, our 10th session in the Trade House that UNCTAD organized, is on trade and investment policy to advance the implementation of climate goals. So I'm pretty excited about this session for several reasons. First, this is a joint effort between UNCTAD and several divisions at UNCTAD, WTO, Secretariat, and the Green Climate Fund, and the Young Climate Negotiators. So it's very exciting to have this group of panel here. And the session will draw from the WTO Trade Policy Tool for Climate Action, from the preliminary mapping of trade and trade-related measures in NDC's report, as well as the World Investment Report that my colleague Melia, that look at the investment in NDCs. And then we're going to hear from the GCF, the Global Climate Fund, on finance and integrity. And then a voice from the youth on whether we're doing enough or not, and what else we could do better. And it's very important for us because we feel that there are several opportunities to capture co-benefits between the SDGs, the other 16 SDGs, and climate, if we're mindful and intentional about how we plan our policies. So without further ado, let me introduce the panel. To my immediate right is my dear colleague and now friends after 11 days here, Aiko Lim, Director of Trade and Environment Division at the WTO, World Trade Organization, and a partner. Ms. Amelia Santos Polino, Chief of Investment Research Section, our Division for Investment and Enterprise at UNCTAD. Cynthia Yu, Negotiation Support Officer, Climate Youth Negotiation Program. Thank you, Cynthia, for being with us. Karen Erst, Head of Independent Integrity Unit at the Green Climate Fund. And last but not the least, Ms. Claudia Contreras, Economic Affairs Officer with us at UNCTAD. So let me start with you, Aiko. How can countries use trade policies to achieve their climate objective, including through their nationally determined contribution?
Okay, thanks very much, Chantaline. It's a pleasure to be here again. And you can see I'm seated in a very strategic position because on my one side I've got a trade part of UNCTAD, on the other side I have the investment part of UNCTAD. So we're very much on the trade and investment part of this discussion. And WTO Secretariat, we've been very pleased to work very closely with UNCTAD. As a traditional partner of WTO, of course. But what I think we're putting a lot more emphasis on in the last few years has been on the environmental linkages on trade and environment, as well as investment, trade, investment, environment, and of course, climate change. So more directly to your question on the trade policy tools for climate action. You've probably seen this many times because I've been doing it on every single panel. So has my Director General, but I'll do it again. These are the trade policy tools for climate action that we launched at COP28. Why did we launch this and what is it about? I mean, you will hear more, of course, from Chantaline and from Claudia. But for us trade people, what we see when we look at nationally determined contributions is that we find a key economic instrument missing, basically, and that's around trade. And you could see the same thing in national adaptation plans as well. And we think that, that's a missed opportunity. And what this particular publication is about, the 10 trade policy tools, is to try to give more light as to what trade policies can do for climate action, be it mitigation or adaptation. Try to be a bit more concrete in trade terms, and here I'm talking about international trade policies. But international trade policies begin at home. They're all domestic. There's no such thing as an international trade policy. It's basically national policies used through international trade agreements, be they in WTO agreements, regional agreements, bilateral agreements, and so forth. So you have huge opportunity here to craft your own trade policies to support your climate action. And what could these things be? One big one is, of course, tariffs, what you put on goods entering your market, tariffs on these goods. Unfortunately, today we are living in a very unbalanced world. You find that for historical reasons often, tariffs on so-called dirty goods or goods that have a high carbon intensity tend to be lower, whereas tariffs on cleaner goods tend to be higher. So if we're going to really scale up and make environmental goods cheaper, and this could be renewable energy equipment, for instance, we need to rebalance that situation. And every country has the opportunity to do it in a way that suits their national circumstances. So that's one thing that we talk about in this trade policy toolkit. And another one that we don't talk about, I haven't spoken about very much in all the different panels, so maybe I should say a bit more on it. And closing, a new one, services, trade and services. We talk a lot about goods, but we don't talk so much about services. And I think it's increasingly clear that for a lot of the dissemination of clean technologies, you're going to need services. And services is actually one of the most restricted areas of international trade, and is even more restricted when you look at environmental services and climate-related services. And the opportunities for services are vast, and it's another opportunity here to craft trade policies for services in support of your climate action. I don't know how much time I have, Claudia. Should I be wrapping up on this first round? 1 more minute, okay. So what's my call to you in the last minute is to help us take these trade policy tools and take them off the shelf, so to speak, from a publication into actual action. And that means basically integrating it into nationally determined contributions, national adaptation plans. And this might be an odd thing to say from someone from WTO, but I think it's important to make the point that it's not necessarily about trade negotiations. I think people get immediately caught up that we can only do something if we have a trade negotiation. It's not true. A lot of the tools that we talk about are within the capacity of governments to change as they see fit. Trade negotiations can help. It can be a lever to do some of the things that need to be done, but it's not necessarily the only solution. Okay, so let me stop on that. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Aiko. And you heard it first here at the Trade House on this panel. Let me move on then to Claudia. Claudia, you and other colleagues in our branch have been looking at sifted through more than 60 NDCs, nationally determined contribution. And, you know, how many of these measures that Aiko was talking about did you find in these 60 NDCs? Tell us more about that.
Thank you, Chantaline. Yeah, well, we were this year, all this summer, looking into the NDCs of 60 developing countries. We identify from different regions, Latin America, Africa, and the Middle East.
Microphone closer.
Sorry. And, well, I said we look into the NDCs of 60 developing countries from different regions and map these measures in the identify what trade measures they had in the contributions. With measures here, we mean in the context of the NDC, the policies and actions aimed at reducing the emissions and adapt to climate change. We found 680 trade-related measures, even though NDC is barely, so the trade concept is barely mentioned there in the contributions. We look at whether there were direct impact on trade, indirect impact on trade, and we found most of the measures, the trade-related measures, are related to renewable energy and efficiency, green value chain development, technical regulations, and green industrial and economic policies. From the measures, they are directly affecting trade. Technical regulation is the one that is used the most, and we believe because as our colleague from WTO mentioned, they are enshrined in WTO law, and they apply to domestic and international producers. Normally, these technical regulations here are used to ensure that products meet the desired carbon emissions and efficiency levels. And here we talk about establishing minimum standards, performance standards, testing, and certification requirements. Also, these measures are used to guide the consumer behavior through mandatory labeling schemes, which display information on carbon performance. On the other hand, we found that measures related to renewable energy and energy efficiency, green value chain, and green industrial economic policies are mostly indirectly linked to trade. So we couldn't really see whether they will have whether they will increase imports, it will increase exports, or whether it will have really an opportunity to offer economic growth. But they do have this potential, because the information on the NDC is not very clear about how it's going to have their direct long-term effects. But we believe that here is the entry point for us to collaborate with countries and to ensure that their policies not only contribute to climate change, but also contribute to economic diversification and growth. Then we found that other trade-related measures such as public procurement, subsidies, tax credit, market-based mechanism are less frequently used. But however, these measures are related to promote decarbonization in transport and construction, introducing domestic carbon pricing schemes, and payment for ecosystem services, including those associated to RED+. There is a lot of those in the NDCs. We found very little related to tariff, as Ho also said already. And we don't know exactly why this is yet, because we're still exploring this work. But we believe that one potential explanation might be that there is might not be much engagement between the trade community and the community that prepares the NDCs. We look at the documents, and some of them they say how they were prepared, and they list all the organizations that they participated. And in the ones that we analyzed, we didn't see trade associations or trade stakeholders. So perhaps might be an opportunity there for engagement. We don't know. But we did, UNCTAD did previously examine the tariff of products on goods related to renewable energy production, and we found that they were twice as high as those of fossil fuels in developed and developing countries. So there might be an opportunity there of reducing tariffs too, to get to increase the deployment of greener goods. Well, so this is kind of the main highlights of the mapping we did. It's just the first initial results. We're still working on it. We're still looking at what are the insights, and we hope to continue our work on the NDCs and also on NTMs to support countries in developing countries when they prepare their new submissions, the new contributions, so they can make really trade work for the climate goals and vice versa. Thank you, Chantaline.
Thank you, Claudia. Indeed, more than 630 measures, but not intentionally related to trade, because presumably the environment community that prepare the NDCs don't talk necessarily to the trade folks. And this is something that we really want to explore. And actually, UNCTAD, WTO, ICC, and ITC held the Coalition of Trade Ministers on Climate last week here on this panel with this intention of bringing the trade and environment folks together so they can talk to each other and we can make sure we use those means of implementation. Now, Amelia, you've done a similar exercise for investment in the NDCs, correct? And especially related to energy. Can you tell what you find there?
Thanks so much, Chantaline, and thank you, Claudia and Hoy, for setting the stage. I have to say that this was the first work in relation to mapping investment policy making in the NDCs out there. So it was a novel assessment, and I want to add to what Hoy said, it's not only trade missing, but investment is also missing. So as of COP26, there were more than 150 countries out of the 193 parties that had submitted an NDCs. So we went through all those over 100, let's say 151 to be exact, national determined contributions to see what was the level of, how much investment policy making or investment strategies were reflected in the NDCs. So basically what we did was we looked at the three levels of policy making in terms of the energy transition and climate change. So the highest level is the NDC, where governments present their commitment to the Paris Agreement. So out of those 151, only 78 countries had a clear energy transition strategy that you could say goals are determined either by 2030 or 2050. These are 78 developing countries. Out of those, only 48 had a clear mapping of investment needs and what are the sources of the investment. So we are saying that only 40 countries out of 48 specified where they are planning to raise those funds. And the three top sources were multilateral development banks, international financial institutions, an area where UNCTAD, not only the investment division, but also globalization and development strategy, has been pushing for a reform of NDVs in order to make the process more inclusive, because countries are accessing very expensive funding. I said more than 80% of the credit is a non-concessional basis, and let's say 20–30% is equity, which can be also very expensive for some countries. So basically, these three top sources, two being multilateral international financial institution, and the third is the private sector. But how can you access these funds if you don't have a clear investment planning? So this is a call for policy making and also for policy coherence, because in the investment landscape, there is an issue that not many countries have an investment ministry. So investment policy making is hosted at the trade ministry and is linked to the trade policy. And this is something that we discussed with the WTO before. Usually developing countries have an investment promotion agency, but investment promotion agencies are policy takers, they are not policy makers. So basically we are at the highest level with a very unbalanced planning from the developing country side, even though many over 140 have NDCs. So this is an issue. Then the second issue is that we found, because this is the NDC analysis, but our policy colleagues did a very extensive mapping of national policies, because we have NDCs. Some countries have very sophisticated NDCs that are linked, that basically the updated document became the national energy strategy. And then some of them included the investment policy. But what we found in over 800 cases is that instruments, they were not linked to the NDCs, and they were very complex. So basically, many countries jump into very complex national policy making in terms of fiscal policy, fiscal package, mostly based on tax incentives and financial instruments, where they don't have the fiscal space to do so, without having any coherence with the rest of the social and development planning, meaning trade policy, industrial policy, because at the end of the day, what you want to have is a national development plan that will lead to the achievement of the SDGs. So to summarize, we have three levels, and some countries jump from 1 to 2 without any coherence or coordination. There is a sense of what is the average investment need, but it's not well articulated. And this is important because at UNCTAD, part of what we do in the World Investment Report is to estimate investment in the Sustainable Development Goals. And this year we estimate that the gap, the annual gap from here to 2030 to meet the SDGs is over 4 trillion annually. And half of this is for the energy transition. So in order to raise the 2.2 that we are estimating, we need clear investment planning in the NDCs. I'm happy to stop here and come back to the policy instruments later.
Thank you so much, Amelia. And then I guess it's pretty coherent between the investment and the trade. No link between the national plan, the NDCs, and also where the money is going to come to execute on the plan. So now I would like to move to finance. And so we have Karen Ernst from the Global Clean Fund. And you're from the integrity unit of the Green Climate Fund. Tell us what's the role of the integrity in the climate finance and how it can affect the building of trust between nations, but also to respond to some of the things that we're putting forward here. Over to you, Karen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation to be able to speak to you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to speak on this very important topic of integrity for the Green Climate Fund. What I can tell overall from the Green Climate Fund is integrity is a very foundational and a key element for building trust in the climate action, especially here between nations. If we wouldn't have that trust and based on integrity, climate action wouldn't be that that efficient. So if there is integrity, then we have transparency and ultimately trust that brings really climate action forward. How do we do this at the Green Climate Fund? The Green Climate Fund has got the advantage that it's not yet so old. So it's not like some other international organization that has been there for decades. We have been established in 2010, and the Green Climate Fund is a so-called standalone multilateral financing institution whose sole mandate is actually to serve the UNFCCC. It aims to deliver equal amounts of funding in the adaptation area and on mitigation measures. We work on the integrity front overall in basically in two areas. The first one is really in the programming area. So it's a fundamental principle of the GCF that we follow a country-driven approach. And what does that mean? We have the countries where climate change is happening most, we have them driving the program. That is really essential for building trust between the countries. We have a network of over nowadays 200 accredited entities in various countries around the world, and we partner with them directly, and they are responsible for developing program design and projects. We are based in South Korea, outside of Seoul. It's not us, the GCF and the Secretariat, that drives the program and establishing, it's the countries directly themselves. And I just come out of a panel in another building where we had access, direct access entities from different parts of the world who were just talking about their experience in actually doing this. So this is really key. It's key for integrity and trust. The other element where integrity and trust between nations is really built in is in the governance of the fund. So we have a board that is mandated with the decisions for the funding of the projects, among other things. And our board is comprised of 24 representatives from member parties, and 12 of them come from developing countries, and 12 of them come from the developing countries, from the developed countries and the developing countries. So we really make sure that half and half is really represented. You can imagine that brings, of course, its own challenges, and we've been seeing it. I have been seeing it, but this is really fundamental in building trust and integrity. Without this, it would not be possible. Maybe I stop here, come back later on. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Karen. Very important indeed, because we see that the trust gap is increasing and not decreasing in these negotiations and others. Now, last but maybe the most important one, because she represents the younger generation, the one that we should be listening to, because we created the mess and they're going to have to live with it. So, but Cynthia, you've been working on this issue for the young climate negotiators, and you guys, if you correct me if I'm wrong, but you created your group because you felt that our decision makers were not doing enough. So you decided to take it in your own hands, right?
Right. So hi, thank you so much for having us. The Trade House is incredible, and we're so grateful for the opportunity to have the youth voice represented in these kinds of spaces. And also thank you to our audience for taking the time out of your lunchtime to listen about trade. And just as you said, the Climate Youth Negotiators Program was created to recognize that there's this deficit in youth inclusion and youth voices in spaces, especially multilateral spaces like COP28.
You've heard my colleague and the lack of use of the means of implementation at the disposal, like trade and investment policies and finance. Though we're trying to fill that gap, but it's so small compared to, Amelia said there's a 2.2 trillion gap. Yeah, trillion. So how do you see domestic policies in developed countries and large markets shaping climate goal on international level? And what's the point of view from your group?
Oh, that's a great question. So I think that we can approach this through 3 different ways. So the first one is the inclusion of youth in NDCs and domestic policy making. The second is, of course, taking into account, as a young person from the United States, I want to analyze how domestic policies like the IRA in my country impact international trade and global climate goals. And then finally, I want to talk about intergenerational accountability and how that plays into domestic trade policy. So starting out with the first one, which is youth inclusion. Right now, what we're seeing is that young people are systematically excluded from these kinds of spaces where we're negotiating our future, and yet people who don't represent young people are making the policies that are going to shape us for, and the generations to come, for the next few decades. I think that it's really time for us to not just speak truth to power, but also put power in our truth. And the way to do that is by including youth in every single space we can. Right now, negotiations aren't just about what we're doing here at COP28. It's also a year-long process where countries 365 days a year are creating their NDCs. And even though right now we have programs like the Climate Youth Negotiators program that are training young people to have the capacity to speak about policy in international spaces, the reality is that youth are still not necessarily included in NDCs and the NDC process. And so one way that we can include youth in this process is by thinking about them not just during these 2 weeks of the year, but 365 days a year, and having that voice included during the NDC formulation. Next, I want to talk about how domestic policies, like within the United States, just like the IRA, are shaping international trade policies. So as an American, I'm super happy to see that the US recently passed the Inflation Reduction Act, aka the IRA, which is our historic and probably not just for the US, but for the entire world, probably one of the most ambitious climate policies we've ever had. The IRA essentially gives a bunch of carrots to incentivize the green transition of our nation and to ensure that we are setting our system up to be capable for a new climate and green, climate-friendly transition. And when we passed the IRA, there was a lot of talk internationally about whether the U.S. had violated the WTO agreements, and there was a lot of international backlash. But what we've seen as young people is that the IRA has not only incentivized Americans to do better in terms of the green transition, but it's also inspiring other countries to be more ambitious with their climate policies as well. And we're really hoping that the IRA is not only going to lead to more U.S. businesses choosing to go green and individuals choosing to go green, but also to inspire other countries to pass more domestic policies such as the IRA, so that we can have these ambitious policies at a national and local level. And of course, we're hoping to see more border adjustment policies, so that even if we pass more green and more ambitious climate policies at a domestic level, we can see this factored into other countries, so that there aren't these leakages when we pass these types of laws. And then finally, thinking about this intergenerational accountability. Even though Generation Z is the generation of activism, recent research shows that Generation Z actually isn't as climate friendly as millennials. We're seeing in my generation, very sadly, that Generation Z is really into fast fashion, and they're buying from companies like Shein that are really bad for the planet. And so I think that a lot of the climate conversation, a lot of time is framed as youth holding older generations accountable, which I agree would be 99% of it, but that other 1% should also be older generations thinking about what they can do to hold us accountable. And part of that is by passing those domestic policies. So passing policies to keep fast fashion, that my generation is unfortunately really a big fan of, in check, and passing these national policies that are going to encourage my generation and the future ones to think more about our individual actions, and also telling companies and holding these companies accountable through these ambitious policies.
Thank you, Cynthia. And I'm sure that my colleague will want to come back on the impact of these big deals like the IRA or the EU Green Deal undeveloping countries that don't have this fiscal space, right? So we're very welcoming of the ambitious program that the big countries are putting in place, but there are the countries that don't have the fiscal space, right? So, but I'm sure my colleague will pick that up. But I need to go back to Claudia, if you don't mind, because she's going to have to go represent us in the bamboo session right after this in the China Pavilion. So, Claudia, for the second round, we're going to move now to more recommendation and action-oriented in what we do. So what recommendation can we provide for promoting sorry. That was Amelia's question. Just seeing if you're paying attention, Amelia. What recommendation can be provided for making trade policy more effective in achieving climate goal based on what we have and what we're going to do to continue the work?
Thank you, Chantaline. Well, I think there are 4 things here we need to, well, we can focus on more, but I would like to highlight today. One is the collaboration between the different type of stakeholders. So from the trade community, the environment community, all the other policies.
And the youth?
Yeah, of course, youth, all the stakeholders. So the engagement is key, not only in the implementation, but also in the design from all the stages. And in that we are working to start. So we are going to work with countries to help them to ensure that this integration of at least the trade communities happen in the elaboration of the NDCs. Second, we need to pay attention that the different type of policies are not do not create conflicting incentives. Because if, on the one hand we are creating these green subsidies or efforts, or we want to promote the deployment of renewable energies, but at the same time we're still subsidizing fossil fuels, and we still have tariffs for products that are not greener, lower than for greener products. So this is going to reduce the overall impact. So if we want to, especially in a context in which there are not a lot of resources and there is a lot of need, we need to ensure that all the incentives are aligned to have amplify the impact. Third, here is important to know also how policies and domestic policies for climate change affect trade partners and other countries, particularly developing countries. It's important that the countries that have higher ambitions and they want to go further and they want to reduce their emissions and so on and so forth, they need to support those countries that are the trade partners, to support them to also comply, to be able to comply with these new requirements, and to help them to reduce their emissions. And they cannot just put the requirements and expect everyone to comply. It's not like that. They need support from, especially developing countries. We need to ensure that these countries maintain market access and that they can comply with the cost. They have the funds to fulfill the requirements. And finally, I think what is central, we should not forget that it's not only trade and environment. We need to ensure that whatever we do, it has the SDG in mind and a just transition in mind, and it's inclusive, and it has a development perspective. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you, Claudia. And indeed, I like to say we need to stack the E and the S, otherwise we're not going to get there. And the S is the social. We need people with us. This has to be a people-centric agenda and not just an environmental one. Otherwise, we will not achieve our goals. I'm tempted to go to you, Amelia, and go right to the investment. And if it's okay with you, Karen, come to you after. Amelia, since I started asking the question, so what recommendation can you provide? You guys are very good in the investment division at coming up with these framework and these investments. So tell us, what is it that we should be doing to support the transition in the South on sustainable energy?
Thanks so much, Chantaline. It shows that you have been reading the World Investment Report, because we start with trends and we end up with frameworks. And I mean, the reason for this is simple, and as what I said earlier, is the rationale for policy coherence. Remember that our end goal, as Claudia said, is development, inclusive development. So if you don't have coherence between trade, investment, and industrial policies, then we will not get there. And developing countries cannot grasp the policy space that they need in order to achieve the just transition. So basically what we did is we pack our recommendations for investment policies in a framework that basically advocates for coherence. We cannot provide direct policy recommendations on trade or industrial policy, but coherence between them. with investment at the center. So basically, this is what we call a global action pack that the goal is a pact for the energy transition, that the goal is the three main goals or aspirations of the transition, that is meeting the climate goals, providing affordable energy for all, and energy security, because this is something that we look very carefully in the report, the energy access and energy security of many countries that are not receiving enough foreign direct investment, and finally, affordability. So basically, the PAC is designed in a way to address 6 main areas. One is national policy making, as we were talking on the trade domain, also, and I mentioned in the investment policy making. There are many complex instruments being used that are not designed or are not appropriate for the energy transition, because energy and infrastructure projects are very complex, because they take longer time, because they are different in nature. So basically, the national policy making issues have to be addressed, and that's why we look at over 800 national policy measures in addition to the NDCs. The second issue is in international investment policies. And this is an area where we do a lot of work in terms of reform of the international investment agreement regime and bilateral investment treaties. Over 3,000, the universe of over 3,000 IIAs and VITs, many of them are old generations, so they are not appropriate for the discussions that we are having today.
Just don't use the acronym. Say what they are, because
yes, international investment agreements and bilateral investment treaties, as I just said. So basically, many of the agreements, as I said, are old generations. So, but there are 2 issues here. One is the right of the state to regulate, and the other is to the protection of investment. So we need to go back to the drawing board, and UNCTAD has been doing a lot of work on this. The third issue is global partnership. Why? I mean, it's obvious. This is why we are here. But in addition to global partnership is the issue of regional and South-South cooperation, how cooperation at the regional level and South-South cooperation can help to fasten the process. And one of the analyses that we did at the World Investment Report was to look at how much these partnerships can help to reduce the cost of capital for developing countries for the energy transition. So for example, if you get a private investor to come into a project in a developing country, in addition to the public funds, this will reduce the cost of capital by 8%. But if in addition to this you bring a multilateral development bank or an international financial institution, this will reduce the cost of capital, the spread on debt, by 10% extra. But then if you have a real, well-designed, public, transparent, public-private partnership, the cost of capital can come down by 40%. So at UNCTAD, we show that partnerships matter. And then the other issue is the financial and capital markets and sustainability finance that Karen has been talking about. And here, I mean, I will not go into the greenwashing concerns and all the issues of transparency and governance, but the sole fact that we had a 4 trillion gap annually for the SDGs, but then the sustainability and capital markets has been growing, and this money is not flying to developing countries, this is an issue of concern. Like 80% of sustainability-themed funds are domiciled in developed countries, and they are not going to developing countries. So here there is a disjoint, there is a gap that we really need to address. And finally is the issue of more bigger role for investment policymakers in this process, more conversations with trade policymakers at the multilateral level in Geneva, but also at home, because it's at home, as Hoy said, that this start. And when countries, it's not only the NDCs, but also the National Development Plan. I'll take 30 seconds to give you the example of my own country, Dominican Republic, which just launched the Energy Transition Plan, and it was driven from the bottom, from the industrial policy strategy up to the energy transition. So what drove the process was, what are my sectors? Where do I see myself as a country in terms of diversification? Is my trade policy appropriate? What are my investment needs? And that's what we aspire that countries do. And so basically, the issue of affordability is important, and that's why we have to focus. We don't have every tool at hand. We cannot do everything in the short term. That's why reducing the cost of capital is very important. For developing countries, I will stop here, Chantaline, the cost of capital is 2 to 3 times higher than for developed countries. So this is an issue of concern.
Definitely. And I have, just to show that I did read the World Investment Report, yes. I would like you to share the statistics of investment flow to developing countries I believe you said it's stable. It's not been increasing, right, on renewable energy. Maybe you just share these statistics with, and
Yes.
then Africa, I think, went down.
Yes. So basically, I mean,
Microphone.
yes, I think the detail matters in this context, because we show in terms of overall trends that developing countries receive over 70% of global FDI. I mean, this is a beautiful number. But then when you go into the regional disaggregation and by development level, most of these funds go to large emerging countries. And then when you look at project data, what you really see the productive capacity investment, you see that one single big project in South Africa can tilt the trends in Africa. So there is still Africa, the trends in FDI mirror the trends in trend, is less than 2% of global FDI. So this is a matter of concern. When you go to renewable energy, and very quickly, foreign investment for the energy transition has tripled since the Paris Agreement. But again, 17% stays in developed countries, over 70, 80%, so it still is not flowing to developing countries.
And that's very important, because
that's
how are we going to finance this transition, right? Because we know the energy price is going to go up.
And also there is a high dependence. I mean, we show in the report, and this is a very important number for this audience, we look at all the projects going to renewable energy in developing countries, and in the universe of least developed and developing countries, there are 30 countries that today have not received a single utility size, a single renewable energy project. So we are here at COP28 with 30 countries that have not received a single foreign investment. And out of these, 11 are LDCs.
Thank you so much, Amelia. And I think those statistics are very important. And we've talked about partnership. We've talked about finance. Karen, let's go back to the topic of integrity, right? How can partnership help strengthen climate action and climate finance between countries? That's your area. And how do you do it? How do you promote partnership?
Thank you for that question. Without partnership, climate action wouldn't happen. When I just think of the Green Climate Fund alone, we are not that big. We are 270 something people at the moment in Korea. We will grow to more people, but we are a so-called second line institution where we do not implement projects directly. So the first one how we do partnerships is with the governments of the parties to the UNFCCC, so that they pledge the funds for the Green Climate Fund for the projects. And by the end of this year, we will have dispersed $13.5 billion into projects. So we cannot do this alone. We rely on our accredited entities, and we rely also on other partners, including civil society organizations, and we rely also on youth. I think this is where you come in. We need really these more and more. So the Green Climate Fund, we have developed a number of platforms where we try to strengthen partnership, and I think this is done in many organizations throughout the world who actually work in the area of climate finance. One of them is, for instance, a so-called community of practice, where accredited entities share their experience also on how to get access to the funding. We have heard this week alone, I think my colleagues from the Green Climate Fund and also we have heard how difficult it is actually to access funding. So we are working together as one of the partnerships with organizations that want to access the funding, how to make that easier, and also to listen to them, what are actually the national constraints to access funding from the Green Climate Fund. In the integrity area, we have a number of platforms. They are all based on the peer-to-peer learning principle. So we want to bring entities and organizations together, also together with civil society and organizations. And yes, we are trying to tap into the youth as well again to really help us partnering here in climate action. Because what we have seen is that the needs are different depending also a bit on the stakeholder level. And we want to really work in that area also in integrity of what is really the connection between climate finance and corruption also in climate action in view of the risks that more and more money goes to climate action. Thank you.
Interesting indeed. And actually, my colleague Igor is there, and one of their recommendations is not just the Green Climate Fund. I think all the funds are very expensive for developing country to have access to. So thank you for taking this on board and trying to make it. And if you need UNCTAD's help, I introduce you to Igor later. But let's move on to Cynthia. Cynthia, how can policymakers take into account future generation when we create these climate and people-centered trade policy? You did mention integrating you in the NDCs. But what else can we do?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think, of course, one part of it is integration into the NDCs and into negotiation spaces. Another part of it is ensuring that we have the space to have a voice in finance and in domestic trade policies. So talking about finance first, youth actually receive only about 1% of all the world's climate finance, even though we are possibly the greatest stakeholders in the decisions made today, given that we are going to continue to be on this planet decades after today's decision makers are gone. And so one way to include youth is to actually bring that power to youth directly, give them a chance to have that financing, give them a chance to grow their own wealth and their own climate-related projects so that they can have a voice in the system. The second, of course, is to give more youth the chance to have a space at these kinds of tables in a meaningful way. It's not enough just to have a youth seat so that youth can talk about trade or talk about how trade policies are affecting them. They need to actually be listened to and heard, and their points and their opinions need to be meaningfully digested and added into the system. So for example, creating and institutionalizing youth voices and a youth seat in different UN spaces or even in national advisory boards. In the United States, which is my country, as I've said before, within federal government agencies, there are advisory boards, and the EPA just created a youth advisory board so that young people, including ones who have an interest in the intersection of trade and climate, are able to talk about the youth perspective to federal policymakers to shape federal policymaking in environmental regulations and, in many cases, environmental regulations and their intersection with trade. And similarly, this is something that can be done across the globe in other countries too, creating advisory boards where young people can have that space and actually contribute to today's policies for the future.
Excellent. Well, let me start by inviting you to join the UNCTAD Youth Forum, so at least you have a space within the UNCTAD decision-making.
Of course, thank you.
All right, moving now to Heiko, and then we will open to the floor to questions, so I hope you're preparing your question right now. Heiko, you've listened. How can trade and investment policy work together to support climate action?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chantaline. So many interesting points have already been said. I think just to give a very concrete example, I mean, WTO also launched at COP28 a new publication on trade in green hydrogen. So if we look at green hydrogen as an example of how trade and investment can come more concretely together to support the dissemination of green hydrogen, the production as well, and of course, the investment for it. And now, what do you need to make green hydrogen? You need renewable energy, you need a clean energy source, and you need equipment, and you need services. And what will bring all of this together? You need a good, stable investment framework and a predictable one, as you've already spoken about. You also need trade policies to help bring the different elements together. A key good required for making green hydrogen are electrolyzers, for instance, which basically split water into hydrogen and oxygen. And they currently account for something like 30 to 40% of the cost of green hydrogen production. So if you're really going to scale up and you're really going to produce green hydrogen, you need to do everything you can to lower the cost of electrolyzers. The tariffs that you have on electrolyzers therefore matters. The average applied tariff on electrolyzers is something like 4.5%. Some members apply even higher than that, okay? I mentioned earlier the balance between clean and dirty goods, so to speak. We know that goods produced, dirtier goods sometimes only have tariffs of 0.8%. So there's a gap here that you can deal with. But it's not just tariffs. It's also what we haven't spoken so much about, standards and regulations, non-tariff measures. The type of non-tariff measures you have could also be very prohibitive for the ability to access things like electrolyzers. That's on one side. Then you've got renewable energy. Renewable energy needs, as I said, equipment. It also needs services. Developing countries, Africa, for instance, has spoken about through the Africa Climate Summit as being a new hub for basically producing a lot of the clean energy that we need. It has huge, what we call green comparative advantage. It can generate very high quality renewable energy. That renewable energy can be used to make things like green hydrogen and all its derivatives. And that's a very concrete example of how you can bring trade and investment policies together to drive the industrialization of Africa, for instance, clean industrialization, clean goods, clean services, and also meet the demand from developed countries for such products. So it's all tangible, it's all possible to do this. And then maybe just a quick point on as much as we really appreciate all countries doing all they can to support the climate transition, be it through IRA, CBAM, and other instruments, we don't want a fragmented landscape. There are about 70 different carbon pricing schemes out there. Such fragmented landscapes of efforts will slow down climate action. It will also create more trade frictions, let's put it that way. And more trade frictions will have another feedback loop on climate action. So what we're calling for is more international coordination between all of these schemes, so that we all at least move in the best way forward, in a way that everyone benefits from the climate transition. And I think that point you've already made, I think everyone can benefit from the climate transition, but there needs to be a framework of coordination between all of these efforts. So let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much also for addressing this issue of non-tariff measures, which Claudia mentioned, and we've documented. I forgot the number, but it's outrageous. Like now, everybody's putting a new measure, a new standard, and so it's becoming prohibitive for developing countries to meet these standards. And our Secretary General called it a spaghetti ball of standards and measures that just increase the cost of trade for developing countries, really, and make it prohibitive for them. But also, Amelia, you mentioned South-South cooperation, and we've worked on South-South trade. UNCTAD is the Secretariat for the Global System of Trade Preferences, and we looked at the whole supply chain so many of these developing countries don't have the capacity to develop a full supply chain for renewable energy or health products or food products, but amongst themselves they do. And again, so we talk a lot about policies at the national level, but policies at the regional and coordinated level among South-South countries is also important. So perhaps could you, because you've worked on the regional investment agreement as well and the special economic zone, and perhaps, and basically your concluding comment as well. So whatever you want to share with our audience is now the time.
Thank you so much. I think it's an important point, and it's related to the issue of the reform of the International Investment Treaty. You know, these treaties are not negotiated at the same level, at the multilateral level, as the trade agreement. So there is not a house for multilateral trade. It's very country specific, although there are standards, there are certain level of principles that need to be observed. But I think what should be done here more is use better the investment space, the investment chapters in regional trade agreements. And there are examples that where we have analyzed, for example, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership in Asia, RCEP, has very, very clear instruments to promote this type of negotiations and cooperation. And we have seen, even in the cases of least developed countries, a strong cooperation in the energy sector, in energy trade, not only goods trade, but also in energy. And you have the cases of the Mekong region, for example. So RCEP is an example where investment promotion has been very strong, and we are working, providing support in the context of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area to member states as well, to improve the investment policy making and investment negotiations in the sector. And you mentioned as well the role of special economic zones. Many countries don't have the institutional capacity or the development to attract sufficient investment, and special economic zones have become an instrument to attract investment beyond the standard manufacturing sector. And that's why, going back to my previous point, using investment promotion tools is very important in addition to the fiscal promotion tools, because as I said, in many cases, the fiscal instruments don't correspond to the sectors that we are talking about. So better use of the investment chapters and investment space in regional trade agreements is important, and stakeholders cooperation and as well is very important, and including all the parties in this type of negotiations.
Thank you, Amelia. Cynthia, your concluding comments.
Hey, thank you so much. In terms of concluding comments, I just first want to thank everybody on the panel and the Trade House again for including the youth voice in this space. Just as we said before, the reason why Climate Youth Negotiators program was started was because we noticed a deficit in youth inclusion and youth voices. So being able to have a seat at the table and being able to speak about the youth perspective on trade policy means so much to us. But second, I really want to reiterate that as a young person, my future and the future of all of my peers and my siblings and the people that I care about really hinge on elder generations being able to make a difference and to pass policies in multilateral spaces that hold each other accountable to climate ambitions. And so I really hope that everybody here takes away that that climate action relies on intergenerational action, and climate action relies on being able to take policies at a multilateral level and at a domestic level to really hold each other, and other countries accountable. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Karen, your concluding advice and wisdom word for us.
Good question. My advice is really, because I'm the head of the integrity unit of the Green Climate Fund, is we will not manage climate change if we don't make sure that all the money that is being invested, that's going to be invested in climate action, if that is not implemented with integrity. And that means also the trust between the various stakeholders at all levels, at international level, regional level, national level, between civil society organizations, and really this intergenerational understanding. It's also important. If we don't have this, and if corruption or non-inclusion of different stakeholders in climate action, if that is not ensured, it will not happen. And that will fail. We will fail the safety of the planet and of our future generations.
Thank you, Karen. Very important. And thank you for the work that you do, indeed, in this field, making sure that the money dedicated, the little money dedicated to climate compared to what we need is actually going to what we need. Yeah. Aiko, what's your word of wisdom?
Don't have any, but anyway. No, I think, we started a journey, if I could put it that way, on the Trade House. We came together for the first time at a COP28, the four agencies, I should say, and we had this conversation that I've been here now for nearly 10 days, and it's been fascinating, the amount of people that want to talk about trade trade and investment at the COP28. When we started the Trade House, we were not so sure, and I think I was the same with Chantaline, know exactly what the response we would get from doing such an activity. And so I think that gives us a lot of encouragement that we should continue this journey on trade and climate action. And we should at the same time maybe think about bringing in other elements to the Trade House, investment, finance, youth, and all the other parts that actually make trade work. Because a trade is not one thing. I think that's the main thing when we of us who work in the trade field, is that trade is an umbrella for everything. And trade can go in whichever direction you want it to go. You know, it can be a force multiplier that will lead to decarbonization. It could also go in the reverse direction, which is where we do not want it to go. And it's basically all of us working together to put it towards the more correct path, which is what we're doing right now with this conversation. And the last part, I think, which you've all echoed, but I'll just echo again, is that, you know, as much as we understand and we must deal with intergenerational equity, there is also an equity dimension between all regions and all countries. And that's really enshrined through the SDGs. So thank you.
Indeed. Thank you so much. Well, all I can say is one of the goal that we had when we did this trade house was to show that trade is part of the solution. So trade is needed to achieve the SDGs, to achieve the climate goals. But now we also need to maybe to have a trade and investment house or something for the next year. But anyway, please, I know we're running out of time, but I promised that if there was question, that would open the floor. So if there are questions, I'm willing to entertain it. If not, then please join me in thanking our panelists. I apologize, Claudia had to go, but please join me in thanking our panelists, and feel free to come and talk with us after this. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're going to get started soon, so can I ask people who are waiting in the back to join us? If you're here for the session, Ishmael, are you joining us? If you're in the session to discuss trade dynamics and agriculture policies, come on, Ishmael. Do join us. So we are one of the 182 food-related events happening at the COP today. So I'm not expecting a full house, but those of you who are interested in this topic, do join. I think it'll be a very interesting and rich discussion. So my name is Danish Dinesh. I am the founder of ClimeEat. ClimeEat is one of the partners for this event. We're partnering with the World Trade Organization and IFAD on this event, the International Fund for Agriculture Development. So thank you for the partnership. And we come here together, and you know, this is building 88, and next door in 89 you have the whole food community. There are multiple food pavilions, and I've been spending most of my time there. But one of the problems with this COP is we are also creating silos, that food people stay with food people and water people, the trade people stay with others here, and we kind of want to break those silos. So what we did with WTO was on Monday, we had a session on trade in the food pavilion, and now in the trade pavilion, we want to bring food issues. And this is an area which I don't know much about, but I know is very important. And the only way we can solve this problem is by bringing these two communities together, and that's why we are here, to link the issues of agriculture, trade policies, smallholder farmers, and climate change. So we're very lucky we have the ideal speaker to set the scene and to connect these issues. I would like to introduce His Excellency Ambassador René van Hel. He's the Ambassador for Sustainable Development of the Netherlands, and he's also been the Director of the Trade Office in the Netherlands, so he's able to hopefully bring these issues together, Ambassador, and help us understand why these are important to be addressed together. Over to you.
Perhaps it's easier to just, because then I can cover both. So thank you for your attention. My name is René van Hel, and I'm now Ambassador for Sustainable Development of the Netherlands. But prior to this, I was the Director for Trade Policy. And as an ambassador, I also have some money, and I work very closely with the World Bank and IFAD, and actually all the organizations that are sort of relevant for food, also connected to water and energy. And it's not without reason, I think, that today there's 180 meetings on food. Because basically, if you think about what's going on with climate change, both in its impact and the need to mitigate, or in its impact because of adaptation, I think that food and water are really center stage. The way we produce our food is kind of way too dependent on fossil and creates, and with methane, creates a lot of issues. But also the way we have to go forward and the way that people are challenged at the moment. I think that in a funny way, my country is an interesting case in the sense that we are the second largest trader in ag and food, but we're definitely only good for a little bit less than 1% of primary ag production. And being the second largest trader in food and ag brings a lot of responsibilities, because we're everywhere in the value chain. And also, if you look at our footprint worldwide, it's quite interesting. And also increasingly, because what we, for example, do is we import a lot of livestock. And that goes up in the value chain. I don't want to sound derogative, but that is sort of how it goes. That also brings a lot of issues with it in the terms of how to deal with nitrogen. So when you're big in trade, and you also have a large footprint, so that is a responsibility that it brings for us. What we also realize is that the way we consume as a rich country has also a huge impact outside the Netherlands. So that is also a thing that we need to realize. And then, of course, because we have an incredible need for climate mitigation, because a third of our country is below sea level, 40%, of our GDP is earned below sea level. So we also really have a need that let's say that everybody around the world mitigates in order for us to keep it dry in our own country. So how do you do that? And one of the things, of course, that we're doing is that we're trying to really have a meaningful partnership and with those 100 poorest countries who are only responsible for 3% of greenhouse gas emissions. And we, of course, fully understand that those 100 poorest countries who are only responsible for 3% of greenhouse gas emissions, that they need much more development for even for just a basic decent lifestyle. So how do we partner with them? Well, we're trying to partner with them on everything that is related to the green transition. So whether it's the food system or whether it's the energy system or the water system, that's what we're trying to do. So if you just look at a small country like mine, where our dependencies are, then you also see that in an interesting way, it's not completely lopsided in the sense that okay, we're rich, but we're also super dependent on the rest of the world to deal in a way with climate change, so that we keep our feet dry. What I find really wonderful, not my speaking points yet, they're also wonderful, but what I really find wonderful is that the WTO has come up with the trade policy tools for climate action. I think that is a very good starting point, because the way we organize our markets is at the end of the day also something that how food gets into our homes. And of course, the WTO in a way is sort of this global magnet that helps us organize our trading relations. And IFAD is really sort of on the ground with the small scale farmers. And that's also why I think it's very encouraging that you have this partnership with IFAD and the WTO, because everything that happens in between needs to be managed. And it is something that we, stuck in our stovepipes, don't always understand. And also we, stuck in our stovepipes, don't necessarily focus on. The DG WTO is a formidable person, and she's not only the Director General of the WTO, but she's also one of the co-chairs of the Global Commission on the Economics of Water. And now you may say, I'm losing this guy. Why is he now talking about water? But basically, agriculture and food are about water. So that's why we also think it's very important that somebody like the DG of the WTO, who has, of course, just because also where she comes from, I mean, food is very close to her heart, but also water, because she, more than anyone else, understands that if we don't start managing water as a relatively scarce resource, which is non-tradable, but at the same time has a huge impact on how we consume our food, then we're really, in a lot of countries, screwed. So if we just take water as something that is coming from heaven and that is always there, then we're completely wrong. So it's really rock bottom, small-scale holder farming. It's about primary food production, how we use water, which is a non-tradable food in many ways, but through agricultural production, water gets traded, and then all the way up to how do we organize our value chain, and how, as nations, do we trade with one another. That is the big challenge, and at the same time, there's a lot of wrongs there. And at the same time, we all are now challenged by having this need to do it more climate friendly and in a way that's also more respectful of the biodiversity that is around ourselves. So I very much hope that having neglected all these important chains, that let's say the need to go into a green transition will also help us focus. Will also help us focus more to work in a more integrated manner, and also help us focus to be faster, because we need to be faster if we're serious about biodiversity loss, if we're serious about climate change. But perhaps even the biggest driver in town is people need more food. People are hungry, people have food stress. If we're serious about all those things together, it might actually help if we link those things together and move much faster, because we get really super irritated by, from our perspective already, how slow we're going. And if I see how many people have still food insecurity, it's really incredible that we live in a planet that is not able to solve these things. So that's a little bit my perspective. It's perhaps a little bit, I try to be a little bit holistic, but I really think that if we link all the things that we have here in the room, we can go faster. But then we should also deal a little bit with our egos and our brands. So don't pay too much attention to our brands. Don't pay too much attention about our egos. But let's just focus on a common goal. getting zero hunger in our world and work at the same time also at climate and biodiversity. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope we'll have a wonderful, inspiring afternoon. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambassador. Yeah, I think it was holistic, and what I really liked was the way in which you described first the situation that the Netherlands is in, you know, as a major trader of agriculture production in all parts of the value chain, but thinking about, you know, the climate change impacts on the country, and then moving on to multilateralism and the role that different multilateral institutions have. And actually, we will also have the World Bank, Geeta sitting next to you, to actually bring this all together to close this event. So I think that's a really nice way that a scene that you've set. And I also like the point, let's move beyond logos and egos to get things actually done. But to dive deeper into some of the points that you've mentioned, I'd like to invite the panel. Ho Aiko Lim from WTO, the Director of Trade and Environment. That's your seat, Ho, and we'll find you the microphone. Ilaria Firmian from IFAD. Where are you? Yeah, you're here. Betty, and I have to say this correctly, Chinya Munyamu, the CEO of the National Smallholder Farmers Association of Malawi, so connecting the smallholder farmers perspective. And we are expecting one more panelist from the government of Brazil, but she will join us a little bit later, so we'll get to her a bit later. But Ho, I've wanted to start with you. Ambassador Rene van Hel described WTO as the magnet that brings together the different issues around trade from all over the world. So how do you bring these two topics together, sustainable food systems and then enabling countries in the free trade of agriculture commodities? How do you bring these things together?
Thanks very much. You know, thanks so much for giving us a chance to work with you on this panel and all the other partners. And thanks very much to the Ambassador for his opening remarks. The Ambassador, as you were speaking, I noticed was hanging on to a publication. So let me reveal the publication that he was hanging on to, and he was now browsing it. And I was very pleased he was holding on to it, because I think in this publication we answer some of the things that you just asked, maybe not all, but of the way that trade and trade policy could be a tool to have better trade, and to have trade that is also in support of climate action, and through that also address the issues that we're talking about today about sustainable food systems. And maybe I just sort of refer to a couple of things about trade and food that is, I think it's obvious to all of us, but we don't probably spend much time thinking about this. But I mean, one very basic data point, if you like, is that 1 in 4 of all calories we consume is actually traded. So trade is such an important part of our food security. It's such an important part of our ability to continue to be productive. And that's not a new thing. That's a very, very old thing. And you could trace it back really, really far back. And I happened to be reading a fascinating book about this. And it goes really all the way back to Homo sapiens, if you like, about why did Homo sapiens survive, whereas Neanderthals did not. And it apparently had not that much to do with the fact that our brains were bigger, our brains were actually smaller. Neanderthals were actually stronger, we were weaker. But what the historical work of anthropologists tends to reveal is that Homo sapiens as a group of hominids actually, in a way, traded with each other. And now, it's a big claim that I'm saying traded, because trade did not exist at that time. So what do I mean? What I mean is they communicated, they exchanged, and apparently they exchanged across quite large distances for that time. And that allowed them to develop resilience and an ability to adapt. And at that time, it was about adapting also to climatic changes and different food sources, moving food from places where there was so-called surplus to where you had deficits helped. And that exchange also is about more than just food, it's about building networks of cooperation. And that helped, again, to trust each other, to have that sort of exchange to undertake. somewhat a philosophical start. It's not covered in these trade policy tools as such, but I think that helps us to put a bit more of a context to why we're talking about trade. But the other big challenge, of course, which is completely different from the example that we spoke of before, is that at that time, whatever you consider it, whether it's trade or not trade, the actual footprint, the carbon footprint, there is no carbon footprint. But today we do. So we can't think about just adaptation. We need to think about mitigation, and we need to do both. And what are the tools for mitigation that we could be thinking about in food and agricultural trade? Is one very basic thing is basically making agricultural markets function better. And what do I mean by that? Is to address some of the market failures we already have in agricultural markets. And these market failures are both environmentally distortive, they're also trade distortive in times. Whilst recognizing a need for, the need for resilience, the need for countries to also have the ability to produce and so forth. But there are big distortions, and some of the distortions are captured through trade, be it through things like subsidies, domestic support, through tariffs. Sometimes there's also issues of both import, export restrictions and so forth. So there's a whole range of policies, not easy to address, and some of it is already being addressed through WTO negotiations. But we can put more of a focus on the green aspects of it, the climate aspects of this could be one way forward. And just to finish here, my colleagues from the Standards Trade and Development Facility will be having an event later on issues which are perhaps more on the adaptation side. We will see a lot of threats coming through on sanitary and phytosanitary threats, and strengthening the capacity of countries to deal with these sanitary and phytosanitary systems is also a really important part of the equation. Thank you.
Yeah, so just a quick follow-up question, Ho, and that was like, whenever I think about trade policy, I think about it as an adaptation measure for climate adaptation. And what I've seen recently is there are more and more instances of countries putting up trade barriers. Sometimes, if you want me to use the example of India, having restrictions on export of rice, and that was affecting countries in Africa, for example. So how do you see the role of trade policy for climate adaptation as we see more extreme weather events happening, and how can we enable that free trade?
I think basically, I think we need to recognize that any country's national food security is dependent on global food security. Whilst we fully, of course, understand that countries have, a key responsibility to their own citizens, and sometimes these are responses to sudden crisis, and there is space within the WTO system for you to take on board certain measures that you need in addressing certain shocks and certain crises that occur. But we, for the wider food security, and this is, as you said, adaptation, if every country were to do the same, if every country were to take on board immediate, say, export restrictions all at the same time, you will reduce overall global food security. So we need a framework for cooperation, and WTO is that framework. We already have it. Not a perfect framework. That's why we have continued agricultural negotiations, and that's why we need to also update our rule book on agriculture and to make it relevant to the challenges we have today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ho. And yeah, really interesting, but let's bring the other perspectives and dive deeper. The ambassador also said, we have WTO as the magnet here, and then we have IFAD working directly with farmers, and we have you, Ilaria, from IFAD, and you're working also with some of those farmers who are actually facing challenges the most, the indigenous peoples. So how do you describe their perspective in this whole debate? The ambassador said WTO at the top, IFAD here, and everything in the middle needs to be managed. So how do you bring the perspective of indigenous peoples here at the COP and in this discussion on trade, agriculture, and climate?
Yeah, thank you, Danusha, for the question, and thanks. I'm very happy to see indigenous peoples mentioned in this panel. I think it's important, and actually I see indigenous peoples' issues being brought more and more at the COP, I mean, starting, now it's probably my 8th COP, and it's, I think it's a good positive sign. On IFAD's side, I would say a bit along the line of what the ambassador was saying, that we really see that social and the climate and environmental issues are really interrelated to social injustice issues. And at IFAD, we really have this people-centered approach whereby we consider indigenous people, smallholder farmers, fishermen, pastoralists as core partners and as providers of solutions, not only climate change victims in a sense. And I think at institutional level, what we do is that in concrete terms, we have a targeting strategy that really aligns to the leave no one behind priority. So the definition of IFA target group is really the one of those who are most excluded. And specifically on indigenous peoples, but also I would say on farmers organization, we do have a governance mechanism that translates into the Indigenous Peoples Forum at IFAD and the Farmers Forum, which are organized on biennial cycles. But these are really instruments for engaging and giving indigenous peoples and farmers a decision-making role vis-a-vis IFAD institutions. So I think this is probably one model of engagement.
So are trade issues discussed in these fora? Issues around trade?
Yes, I would say yes, especially now there's a lot of attention to indigenous people's food systems, for example, and on how, I mean, there are a lot of discussion around, for example, ultra-processed food that sometimes has an easier way to get to the market than traditional indigenous people's food. And so the discussion is also all around indigenous people's food systems that are important in terms of climate resilience, because often they are based on neglected and underutilized species or crops that are more resilient, but also that have a strong nutritional value and are important for food security. And COVID at times demonstrated a lot the importance of indigenous people's food system just to really preserve these communities. So these are aspects that are normally brought to the table, especially by indigenous peoples and farmers.
Thank you so much, Hilary. I'd like to hear more, but let's go to Betty now. Betty, you're representing smallholder farmers in Malawi. And from your perspective, what are the key asks that you have for international organizations and WTO, IFAD, World Bank, to the group of international institutions and funders who are here? What can enable farmers in Malawi to access other markets and as sources of revenue, adaptation, mitigation?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I am representing farmers from Malawi, but I know that most of the issues that affect farmers, in particular smallholder farmers in Malawi, are similar across many other African countries. And I would want to start by saying that farmers face multi-faceted challenges, that there's just no one way of looking at them. And because of that, it is very important that whatever efforts and strategies we put in place, we're taking a more concerted and coordinated approach in dealing with the multi-faceted challenges that farmers face. There's no silver bullet, as it were. But I'd also want to add that climate challenges are making an already fragile situation even more difficult. So while farmers have had, to deal with issues to do with markets, issues to do with low productivity and the like, now they have this monster, which is climate challenges affecting every aspect of their farming. Having said that, I still want to say that I believe that markets, trade and market access is one of the key issues that, if addressed, has a big potential in addressing food security, as well as helping to improve the resilience of smallholder farmers. We are living in a time where market demands, what the consumer is demanding, is actually becoming more and more complicated and challenging. And for the farmers to be able to access those markets, it is very, very difficult. So the demands that the market is putting on the farmers now on what they want to see in the supermarkets. When they want a tomato, they want a tomato that has a certain color, that has a certain shape, and all the tomatoes have to have that color and shape. However, as a farmer, and anybody who's produced on a farm, they know that that's not how they come. They come in different shapes, different sizes, and just because one is not as round as the other doesn't mean it's not good enough. But the market would demand that they all have to be, this color and this shape. And because of that, that is increasing the costs of production that farmers have to face, and also making it more difficult for the farmers to access this more rewarding, more lucrative market. I'd also want to say that a challenge that I see in Malawi, in Africa, is that most of the farmers, we are selling raw commodity. We are participating at the bottom of the value chain. And because of selling raw produce, we are not able to trade very well because logistics in many of our countries are broken. So we find that due to lack of value addition, either at the farm level or within the farming community, farmers are forced to sell out of desperation. I'll give you the example of this year in Malawi. We had the largest production of potatoes that we've ever had in many years. However, those sweet potatoes, the varieties that are there now, they have to be consumed within 2 weeks. So all the sweet potatoes that were produced in the country had to be produced within 2 weeks, and that's just not possible. As a result, a lot of it went became rotten. So my ask to international organizations, to the World Bank and other agencies is, can we invest more in value addition for the farmer so that we're moving farmers from the bottom of the value chain up the value chain? When farmers are able to move, to add value, they're able to negotiate for a better price. But as selling raw commodities, whoever comes to them, the first person that comes, they will sell, and that's at the lowest price. And we cannot build resilience on such. Secondly, the issue of research. With all the challenges that we now have because of climate, there's need to develop varieties that respond to the climate challenges that we're seeing. And thirdly, I'd want to point out the issue of support to marketing. And I'm glad UNCTAD is here. One of the areas that we see many organizations, donors, and NGOs, they're happy to support production, but not happy to move to the next stage to support value addition, to support market access. And I think that's one of the areas where I see in Malawi, for example, so many NGOs would support farmers to produce. And after the farmers have produced, we have an overflow of a particular commodity, and yet nobody is willing to take it to the next stage to support marketing and value addition. So the more we can do that, I think it will also help to build the resilience, to address food security for both the smallholder farmers, but also consumers in general.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to turn to the fellow panelists. We have the fourth panelist, Ms. Renata Miranda from Brazilian Ministry of Agriculture. She's Secretary of Innovation. Thanks for joining us. We've had a round of opening remarks from Ambassador René van Hel from the Netherlands, and now we're diving deeper into this topic. So I'll just complete this question and come to you. Okay. So actually, I want to use Betty's question and direct it to you, Ilaria, and maybe also to Juho. So how can IFAD, for example, invest in that marketing and value addition? I think that was a really compelling example when if food which is produced, we're investing everything in production and food is being wasted. How do we address that?
Yeah, no, thank you. I think it's really the point, and while reflecting on the elements to bring to this panel, for me, this is exactly, I think, the move that IFAD is taking overall in the recent years, which is moving from production to the whole value chains and the value addition dimension. I think the work of IFAD in value chains has been much more, more strengthened in the recent years, and also through the process of supporting farmers' organization, and aggregating, in a sense, farmers together to give them a stronger position in the market, to give sort of aggregate opportunities that make more sense for bringing in the private sector as well, because definitely with only with the public sector, the food system transformation cannot happen. And maybe one, I would say there are a couple of areas in which IFAD works also, which is the de-risking of investments, both for the private sector, but also country-level banks and non-national banks, and the farmers themselves. And sometimes more recently, IFAD tried to use the climate finance. We have, for example, a big GCF project in East Africa starting now called ARCAFIM, which has really this dimension of the funding of IFAD and GCF are used to de-risk the investment of farmers and of public banks.
Okay. Betty, does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does, and I think it's pleasing to note that there are some organizations that are really moving towards this entire value chain approach.
Yeah.
But, like IFAD has said, what we'd like to see is to consider moving smallholder farmers up the value chain, so that they're not just limited to, at the bottom. But secondly, and she spoke about linking with the private sector. I think, again, there's scope for integrating smallholder farmers in inclusive business models so that farmers, can move up and up in the value chain. So I think, again, there's a lot of scope for learning in terms of what kind of inclusive business models work under what circumstances. So that's an area where I would like actually to see more. Yeah. And I'd also want to say that, as farm organizations, we provide a platform through which some of these initiatives can be piloted. So, for example, if we take inclusive business models, there's potential and scope to pilot different ones using the farm organizations. So I would like to invite, organizations working in agriculture that we need to work together with farmers' organizations to address the challenges that farmers face. Not only doing a lot of the interventions through NGOs, but farm organizations are a platform that provides easy access to the farmer, direct access. And I think more and more investment needs to come at that level too.
Okay, thanks, Betty. Renata, I would like to turn over to you. So far in the panel, we've heard, the role that trade can play in better agriculture production, climate mitigation, adaptation, the role agencies like IFAD can play, the demands from farmers. One thing which came out was also the role of innovation. How can trade facilitate the transfer of innovations from countries? And I know Brazil is a leader in the use of agriculture innovation, also exporting agriculture innovation and technologies to other countries as well. So in your capacity, how do you see, first, the role of agriculture innovation, climate action, food systems, but how can, through the use of trade mechanisms, how can we really scale these up?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm really sorry for my delay, but we were a little bit crazy today. But let's see. First of all, about innovation, how to accelerate this. We need technical assistance, we need information, we need R&D, we need a lot of stuffs to get it in order and to make it fast. Of course, we need financial incentives. And I'm not sure, I heard it, I don't know from who here, but we need a business model who includes this kind of asset. Environment aspects, environment investments has to be part of the business model. There is no miracle, you can use public money as a leverage, But after this, if you want to have a sustainable business model, you have to the environment asset has to be part of the business model. That in Brazil, we always say that it's not so difficult to scale up technologies there, innovations there, because all the innovations that we are fostering are first, at the first step, they are increasing the productivity. So all the farmers want to adopt it because it's better to them. That's the point. They are not going to adopt if they don't receive anything else for that. And that's, for me, that's the key point when we are talking about market and climate change and environment assets. We need to find the responsible market which pays for this kind of asset. And I don't know about you, but we didn't find yet. We know that we have a lot of markets with a lot of requirements, but they don't want to pay for the requirements. And for me, it's, I make some analogies. If I want a better apartment, I have to pay more for that. But if I want a better food with more environment aspects, nobody wants to pay more for that. Of course, we have to pay attention on the consequences of inflation, many things, but it's innovation, it's investment, it's technology, and it's really hard sometimes to implement. You need to have a huge investment. So for me, the key point to scale up innovation is technical assistance and financing. And for the market, we should find what we say in Brazil, the pathway to climate prosperity. So we have to move from efficiency prosperity from climate prosperity, including the asset environment into the business model.
So quick follow-up question. So you said, people should be willing to pay for integrating the environmental considerations into the food, right?
Yes.
So who would be paying? Would it be the consumers? Would it be the traders? Who do you think that?
Who pays for your new apartment? I don't know. I will not pay for your new apartment.
Sometimes I can get a loan.
Everybody says that we have a new market. Everybody is aware about the importance of the consumption. I always ask where they are. Because, of course, if there are special requirements for the market, from the market, of course, the consumers should pay. Of course. It's my opinion.
Thank you. So I just want to get a quick few questions or comments. Any questions, comments? Very quick ones, because I'm behind time. Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Paolo Di Stefano, the head of the European Office of Coldiretti, one Italian farmers organization, member of World Farmers Organization. First of all, thank you to all panelists. Thank you to the ambassador. My question was related to what Betty mentioned, a very important issue concerning, at the end, food losses and waste. And I think that in these days, we are talking a lot about producing more food. I personally think that at global level, we don't need to produce more food. We don't need to find new ways of production, but we need to distribute better food. And so I think that maybe the question is to WTO representative, in order to see what, in WTO's opinion, should be done in a better way in order to tackle this. So meaning that trade is not only long-distance trade, but trade is also trying to develop local-scale farming, local-scale value chain. So what is going on in this level? Thank you.
Thank you. And we're also lucky to have a food loss and waste expert as our closing speaker. So Gita, hopefully you can enlighten us also. Any other questions? Okay. So it's only one question. So what I'd like to also suggest is we are a bit over time. So I would like to give the opportunity to give any closing comments from the panel. So maybe I'll start from this side. So Ilaria.
Well, maybe
What's
I
your
also
reflection on that point and more general?
Okay, yeah. On
1 minute.
that point specifically, I think I mean IFAD works is really a bit on the side, really very bottom up. So for us, the work is really try to link up with more the international trade processes, but the focus we have is really on local food production, and we see it as the key for food security. And then maybe not just one reflection that Betty made me make, which is on the importance, I think, of direct access to funding for farmers' organization, indigenous peoples' organization. I think there is a lot of capacity already there, and an opportunity for more cost efficiency results. Thanks.
So Leanne is my colleague over here. I'm going to ask you to start a Twitter thread. So we compile all of these together. So direct access for farmers and indigenous people. So that's one of the solutions. So over to you next, but note you're going on Twitter, so it has to be quite brief.
That's not my expertise, being brief. But anyway, I mean, couple of points. I mean, part of the discussion we've had here has been very agricultural focused. But I think to do many of the things that we're talking about, including from Betty and from the minister and from the ambassador, requires a much bigger lens, because, you know, if you're going to improve value addition, you're going to have to think about infrastructure, you have to think about services, you need to think about, renewable energy sources and so forth. These are not specific to the agricultural sector, but could be very beneficial to the agricultural sector. And that's where trade policies play a huge role. And you can bring in trade policies to try to lift up your overall ability to produce, basically. And even for MISME, small and medium-sized enterprises, trade finance is a key part of what you said about linking up to markets. That is a big gap in trade finance. So I think I would urge the agricultural colleagues here to think on a much bigger lens in terms of what is needed to support the agricultural sector, one. It's not a tweet, I know. And then the second one to the EU colleague, I think one thing we've been talking a lot more at WTO through the research department is a green comparative advantage. And to think about things about what countries are relatively good at producing. What does this mean? Put it very simply, I live in Switzerland, where WTO is. Tomatoes could be grown in the northern European countries, but that would require a lot of energy-intensive investments, greenhouses, for instance, which will consume a lot of energy. There are other countries that could grow tomatoes at for instance, much easier. They have a green comparative advantage. And actually, if you look at a life cycle analysis, it may actually be better to transport those tomatoes, actually lower carbon emissions than actually growing them in areas which are not well suited for growing it. So there is a role for local production, but also certainly a role for global production. Thank you.
Thanks, so, and I'll compress it into two tweets. The first one would be, I think, a holistic view on what rural development looks like, bringing in the different aspects in there, which can be beneficial for agriculture. And the second aspect is building in environmental comparative advantage into production of certain commodities. Betty, what's your closing comment?
Thank you very much. You also have to find a way to compress this. But two points from me. Firstly is that improvements in trade and market access is a key area that needs to be addressed in order to improve food security and build farmers' resilience. And we need concerted and collaborated efforts in order to do that. Secondly, I would want to highlight the importance of involving smallholder farmers and farmers in general in all the processes. Mm-hmm. And, a simple way to put it is farmers must be at the dinner table, not only as the menu, but as part of the diners, discussing how they can be a part of solving the challenges that they face. And it's not just involving them in the dialogue, but involving them in the design of innovations and interventions, involving them in implementation, involving them in the monitoring as well. So farmers need to be involved across the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. And I think takeaway inclusion of these topics in the global agenda, and inclusion of farmers in all aspects of the agenda setting and implementation and even monitoring processes. Thank you. Renata, over to you. What's your closing comment?
Thank you. I will use a little bit more of this time because we have so many things to say. But first of all, Brazil has a lot of experience when we are talking about adaptations and mitigation technologies. Not only because we are talking about it in the recent years, but because Brazil had so many adaptive climatic challenges 40, 50 years ago. We had to import food at that time. So we had to develop those kind of technologies. And now we have a lot of experience on this. We have a sectorial plan called ABC Plan, Low Carbon Agriculture Plan. It's already taking place in these last 13 years. And we are in the second phase, and the goal is 1 gigaton of CO2. Is it correct? 1 gigaton, yeah, just to check. But we now know that it's impossible to separate trade from data, from the monitoring. So it's more than to have in place this kind of public policy. You need to be able to traceability the production from the data until the market. It's impossible to separate anymore. And that's why now Brazil is working on a huge platform. We are integrating a lot of technology from official institutions. And until the middle of 2024, we are going to be able to show exactly from each plot of land what was produced and what kind of sustainable technology was used during the production. So for me, that's the future. Coming back to the question about prices, since we are working with technologies that is increasing the production efficiency, the consumer is not going to receive this kind of increase in price. But we have to talk about a lot of other requirements about, for example, how do they say nature-based solution. That's another kind of set of technologies that we have to talk about, bioeconomy, so many other options that we have. And for those technologies, we should talk about how to increase the value into the business model. That's it.
Thank you. Now I have to make it into a tweet. But I think what I really took away from you is the way we are approaching the problem, how we think about technologies, how we think about trade, how we think about integration across the whole chain. So that's the key message which I take. Thank you so much for all your contributions. I suggest we remain seated, and I'm going to invite Geeta Sethi, who leads the food systems work at the World Bank, to tell us a story about how we link all this into the future of food systems. Yeah. And afterwards, we make a photo.
Thank you, Dhanush. This is to see you relentlessly and your team on every occasion, pushing us and pushing the world. Kudos to you. You remain our hero. But I just want to step back because Secretary Renata and I just came from the big food event at the Al-Baha Theater. And before I get into your topic, I think it's really a moment to celebrate. To have, for the first time in the COP, 152 countries, over 80% of food production, over 70% of emissions from food, the heads of state signing off in recognizing that unless and until we do not have a food system transition, we will not be able to meet our Paris commitment of 1.5. And I think this is really a collective effort of all of us relentlessly on this journey. So I think we all need a big applause for that. and the leadership exhibited. But having said that, I think it's also sobering to see that the negotiations are so stuck. And the reason this is so relevant in our the sustainability part of food systems is because if the negotiators cannot negotiate, how can we have climate finance come into this sector? We're talking about scaling of scaling of finance. Climate finance to date is about 660 billion a year. 25 billion has come to food and ag on an average, which is less than 4%. A sector that right now is emitting 30%, should it not have at least that amount of climate finance coming in? We're talking scale, that's 220 billion. So just for us to sort of really think through how to break this logjam. But today's topic on trade, and we had food for the first time and we had trade for the first time. So and trade is really about people, about livelihoods and sustainability, and therefore to bring the two systems together. So, I mean, Secretary Renata talked about innovations and trade, and I think COVID. How could we possibly have survived it without a trading system that works, right? So I think it's very similar to having sustainable food systems. We need a trading system to support innovations to move, and a very, and I look towards WTO to really request its board and its members not to be stuck in Neanderthal times of 1994, but to really move this entire trade policy around food systems up front, and let's break this logjam as well. So a challenge to you, sir, with your member states. So this is sort of the policy, the trade policy story. But the other thing regarding trading systems, and if you're talking about sustainable food systems, is no longer can a trading system be about commodities. We have to bring in carbon trading in there. It cannot be an unregulated market where rules are created overnight, prices go from $5 a ton to $100 a ton. No one has any clue what's happening and why. And this is at the backdrop when we say the 21st century farmer is no longer a single business enterprise of producing food. He or she is also an eco-service provider. He or she is also providing renewables and, of course, food. If that's true, then we do need incentives and a carbon pricing, and a pricing can only happen if markets work. Markets need regulation, particularly cross-border. So I think it is very important that the trading system is also about carbon. We have heard about, and this is also important, what one hears of what EU is doing, and it's in the right spirit of creating border taxes. But think about the issues around inequities that's going to create conflicts and disequilibrium amongst farmers, because it then means that traditional trading systems, if they do not have adequate capacity, are no longer going to be welcomed in some of these sophisticated markets, which means, again, food, development, climate, trade are really integrated, and this is also the message I think that came across from all of the panelists, and His Excellency and my very dear friend, the Ambassador, where we see each other at least 2-3 times a year in exotic locations. but just some thoughts, Dhanush, for us. To think about. I am very aware that countries feel the need to put export restrictions. My own country, at this point in time, India, has put export restrictions on non-basmati rice. And I know it has distorted the markets. I know it's the wrong thing. I agree that food security is paramount. But I don't think we can keep moving crisis to crisis. At some point, somebody needs to rise above, and therefore the global governance that WTO provides really needs to be bolstered and given full ammunition and teeth to take us to the next level. With that, thank you. Let me stop.
Thank you, Geeta. You can just stay here. I don't have anything more to add. I think it was a very rich discussion. But just one thing you said, Geeta, like we're bringing together trade and food issues. And I think there are all these dimensions to those issues. And for me, that represents also an opportunity to show leadership amongst us to actually address this issue. And to do that, I think, as Ambassador Rene said, we need to put aside our logos and our egos. And if we are able to work together, maybe by the time we are at COP30 in Brazil, we can actually advance this agenda forward and identify the concrete solutions to the challenges we brought together. So I just want to share that and thank the speakers today for your time and valuable contributions, and all the partners and participants and my colleagues. Thank you so much. And if I may just ask for a small photo with the speakers, Ambassador. Neil, can you make a photo?
We get started? Hello. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Janive Remy. I am a director at one of the centers at the university for trade. The long name is the Sridath Ramphal Center for International Trade Law Policy and Services, and the short name is the SRC. And at that center, we look at trade from the perspective of the Caribbean and CARICOM countries, but more generally from the perspective of small island developing states and vulnerable economies. And about a year ago, by virtue of my sort of work, I had a chance encounter with a professor from Yale called Professor Dan Esty, who was sitting on the lake in Geneva and telling me about the fact that the WTO Director General had invited him to advise for the next year on issues relating to the sustainability agenda. And at the time, as you know, the Director General, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, was really like new to the WTO, but really thinking concretely about ways that the sustainability and trade focus should really become front and center of the work of the WTO. And so Dan, by chance, said, are you interested in joining me and Professor Joel Trackman on some work we're doing, and we're pioneering on rethinking trade so that it can be so much more responsive to the 3 dimensions of sustainability envisaged in the Sustainable Development Goals. And those of you in this field know it's economic, it's social, and it's environmental. And without thinking too hard, because that's my penchant, I said, yes, I'm interested. And about a year and a half later, here I am sitting on a stage with the sort of the forces for good, I call them, the people who work in the major trade centers in Geneva, who head environment divisions at the ITC, the WTO, and I'm going in order at which they appear next to me, and UNCTAD. So like the troika, we call them, of trade. And because of the work they do, they're really taking on board the commitment, I think, that trade is demonstrating to become more green, blue, circular, orange, purple, all of the colors of the rainbow. And we're really proud as part of that conversation that we, in this Remaking Trade project that I said yes to, that we have had an opportunity over the last 10 months to really host about 10 workshops across literally the globe, but also covering a number of thematic areas where we think trade needs to either reform, get with it, be more inclusive, be more people-centered. Sometimes it's tweaks at the margin, but sometimes it's actually working with other organizations and regional communities and individuals who have the same mission in mind. And I'm here now with 2/4 of the authors of what we call the VLAR framework. I have in the audience Mr. Trevor Sutton, who co-authored with Dan and Joel and myself what we call this VLAR framework for a sustainable global trade system. And it's so named because we actually unleashed about 10 or so specific areas that we think the trade system needs to get with it on. And they range for reform of the subsidies frameworks at the WTO to areas such as a social dimension of getting marginalized communities where a lot of the raw materials and a lot of the women's groups and the indigenous groups and the disabled communities are actually being impacted by this move to the green economy, but sometimes they're being marginalized in terms of their access to the conversation. We also have a broad agenda to bring in business, and not just big business, but really the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. And some of the pivots that we're requesting from the trade system is that it becomes a forum not just for doing the traditional things like advancing trade negotiations and dispute settlement, but also through member-led initiatives like plurilateral negotiations, actually just having the conversations about what impact things like the CBAM have on communities and have on countries that also want to meet their national determined contribution targets, but want to do it in a way that the international community can actually recognize. We also put forward ideas for more inclusive standardizing and standard setting processes. So that, as you know, the WTO is not itself a standardizing body, but it certainly is a convener for areas where, or for negotiations where the ISO and the IMO and the ILO, all of these acronyms, well, their standards actually have impacts on the way trade and global value chains proceed, and they impact a large number of countries. The WTO is really the only place in town where these negotiations can take place that are inclusive, but it's also a place where UNCTAD and the ITC actually are working hand in hand on different facets of that agenda so that we make sure it's an all of organization, you know, the equivalent of a whole of society, whole of government approach. The agenda is really looking at how do we bring in all of the technical assistance needs as well as the thinking behind some of the reforms that have to take place. And so the VLAR framework is about substantive reform, but also process reform. And on that note, the final thing I really want to say is that the WTO has grown up in a way that, as I mentioned, is about decision-making by consensus. And how has that been interpreted? Well, basically, decisions can't go forward unless everyone in a negotiating room agree, the absence of dissent in a room. Now, you can imagine that the reason that that was put in place is you don't want a tyranny of the majority or the minority, because you want to ensure that there is a system where every country has an equal say in the outcomes. But it's also become a place where a lot of forward-looking thinking on sustainability gets blocked because one country disagrees. So how do we even move towards changes in governance at the WTO so that the sustainability agenda can move forward in ways that are inclusive but also are progressive? Now, I could not in that 5 minutes give you the fullness of the breadth of the suggestions and proposals for reform that are encapsulated in this document. And I'll just ask you to meet with my colleague Trevor here to get a copy. It's also on our remakingtradeproject.com website, which I would invite all of you to look at. Now, pivoting to our conversation, that was a very long introduction. Thank you for your patience. But I think what Chantaline from UNCTAD and I thought, as she invited the Remaking Trade Project to sort of cogitate on a distinct aspect of the agenda, is we've had a lot of conversations in COP, and really far-reaching ones that are fixated on looking at the finance, looking at the indigenous groups' contributions, looking at meeting our GHG targets, all of the broad panoply of things that can be forwarded in terms of the agenda. But we have a process akin to COP at the WTO happening in February next year, just up the road in Abu Dhabi. And so the question that I've asked my panelists to think about very concretely is, what do we draw from this convening to bring forward at Abu Dhabi for the ministerial conference, again, of the leaders in the trade dimension, the trade, the governance aspect of individual countries? What do we want from this VLAR framework to take forward at MC13, being cognizant of the very different flavor, the very different sort of history of negotiations at the WTO, where it's very member-led, it's by countries negotiating. I wanted to ask each of them to draw on what they've learned, either process-wise or substance-wise, over the last couple of days at COP, and identify from this laundry list of proposals for reform, what, in your view, and bearing in mind your perspective and your expertise, which aspects of the VLAR framework do you think stand the greatest chance of success, which need to be tweaked? How do we get the VLAR framework proposals fit for purpose for that MC13? And I'll just go down this line, and I promise that's the most you'll hear from me. Over to my panels. I'm going to start with Ms. Fiona Shearer from the International Trade Center, and she, as I said, really leads the pioneering work on sustainable and inclusive trade. And so, Fiona, you've had a chance to look at these proposals. Tell me what we need to do to get them fit for purpose for MC13.
Okay, well, first of all, I wanted to thank you and the team for this thinking. There's a lot of discussion around how we make the trade system fit for purpose, how we make it forward-looking, how we adjust in the face of the new challenges, I think, and sustainability and climate being one of them, where, as we can see from COP here, and more generally, the linkages between trade, climate, planet, and also people. So I run the Sustainable Inclusive Growth Trade division, and we call ourselves, we're all about planet and people. And I think that is one of the things that has to be at the heart of all the suggestions. And thinking, framing maybe before I touch on a couple of the ideas, in terms of takeaways that I've had, the just transition and how we use trade as a tool towards advancing a just transition, for me, is absolutely fundamental. And I think that within the proposals, some of the conversation and the ideas around how do we create the conditions that allow developing countries to thrive in a more sustainable trade system are at the heart of that. Now, trade negotiations are always difficult. Sustainability, environment have always been contentious issues in the trade arena. And I think that we have to change the conversation around, and a lot of the discussions we've been having in the last, with our small businesses and our ecopreneurs and our business support organizations who are here, is that we can see this negatively or we can see it positively. And actually the sustainability agenda is about improving efficiency, reducing waste, doing trade differently, and it's also about new opportunities in many areas. So in order to build a consensus around maybe dealing with some of the more challenging aspects, I think we need to start with the building the opportunities around trade and looking at how we can do that creatively, not just through trade policy, but also through aid for trade. And I think that one of the things I would say is that in MC13, there should be linkage between the conversations around maybe what needs to change and the aid for trade agenda that is also being discussed later in the year. So I think from the developing country perspective, from the perspective of the just transition, we should connect. So that's one. The other is that I think the small business focus has to come out much more than I see at present. We've talked this week a lot, nearly every panel has been around SME and it's come across through the Troika here about the criticalness, the critical nature of small business within this transition. That the small businesses are feeling it, having to adapt to it, and having to find new ways of working. And many of them are not aware, they're not aware of what's needed. So the process in thinking this through, and I would relate this specifically to the proposals around sustainability standards, which I think is an area where the reality is that things are moving already. In that space, you talked about CBAM, there's deforestation regulations, there's due diligence regulations, looking at human rights as well as climate. These are realities. They're not kind of hypotheticals. We're moving away from voluntary standards. And ITC, for example, has done a massive amount of work already in this area, in this space. But we need to not like start from scratch. We need to build on what is there. And what we know is that actually compliance with new standards is a complex process. We're already seeing from a lot of the work that we're doing around areas like, we've done a lot of work around piloting the due diligence standards, for example, the new EU, part of the Green Deal, and establish principles. And a lot of this has to be done in a participatory way. So if we're looking at building out standards that are just, that are fair, that are inclusive, it's not just about what the standard looks like, it's the thinking that goes into how that is then going to be implemented. So for me, part of it, and you mentioned process a lot, part of it is not just the what, it's the how. And it's how it's developed, but then it's also the follow-up on what that looks like and how that translates down the value chain to small businesses. And I think that maybe in some of the recommendations, there needs to be a little bit more thinking, yes, how is the positioning within MC13 around the what, but then also a sense of what the how looks like as well. So I hope that gives you an idea.
No, that's excellent. Very, very much holding our sort of our hands to the mast of the walking the walk or sailing the sail, whatever it is, because the feedback we got when we first launched this framework in September this year has jolted us into adding an entire chapter on the social dimensions. And we actually now have a text box, you'll be happy to hear, on MSMEs and how they fit into this whole equation. Because obviously we wanted to get something out that was at least coherent enough to start the conversation. And the feedback has been so overwhelming that people actually want to see themselves reflected more in the VLAR framework. And so I would encourage you to work really closely with us. And one of the things we put front and center in our framework is that the ITC really becomes sort of the mechanism for implementing more capacity building for the private sector in these developing countries. And so we see UNCTAD and WTO sort of as the mother sort of entities, and ITC really being the deliverer in some sense of the technical capacity building on all of these issues to the micro and small and medium-sized enterprises. So this is one of the areas we see getting a lot of input from the work you're doing on the ground, and sort of really putting that front and center also in the framework. So thank you for that. I'm going to go now.
Can I just add one point? The other thing that we do a lot of is working directly with the private sector around thinking through these challenges. And that, again, is another part of the story. In coffee, we work with the big coffee producers. So in thinking through, yes, it's the small business, but also how do you get the buy-in from the big corporates as well?
Absolutely. No, thank you for that perspective. Ho Lim. So Ho is the face because he's the director of trade and the environment division in the WTO. And I'm going to say when I was actually in the WTO, trade and environment was a nice to have division. A lot of the action was happening in dispute settlement and in negotiations, where there was an actual direct portfolio at the WTO, and trade and environment was seen more as cross-cutting. I think, honestly, Ho, trade and environment has moved under your leadership, I would add, to sort of front and center of all the conversations happening on agriculture, services, shipping, even dispute settlement, which is really important because I think it's also turning this idea of what is the WTO there for on its head. And I wonder if, well, for the benefit of the audience, I don't know that the case of why the WTO is in this space is always obvious to people. And I wonder if through the mechanism of some of the proposals that we've made, what is the opportunity that you see for the WTO to step out, not too far ahead of its membership, but in a sort of an important role in catalyzing and galvanizing the discussion among the members. And how do we use this framework to do some of that work?
Thanks very much, Janive. Great to be here with colleagues on this panel. I've really been at the Trade House all morning and have been at many sessions. So if I'm a bit tired, my apologies. But firstly, congratulations, of course, to you, Dan and Joel and Trevor and the whole team of Remaking Trade for the work that you've done and the Villa framework. And I've had the chance to participate in a few of them, so it's been very, very interesting and thought-provoking. On your question on trade, environment, sustainability, sustainable development, I'd like to start by just getting back to basics, is that, it's always been there. It's right there in the first paragraph of WTO's founding agreement. It states very clearly that the whole purpose of trade is for improving livelihoods, it's for improving sustainable development, and it's to be done so in a way that protects the natural environment. So in a sense, it's not new to the WTO agenda. So the vision of making trade better, making trade sustainable, making trade coherent to sustainable development has always been there, I would argue. And it's not an argument. You can look at the Marrakesh Agreement, paragraph 1, very first founding paragraph. That's what it's all about. The question, though, and it's a very right question that all of us here are working on, how do you make that reality? And how much of it has become reality, and how much of it has not become reality? So nothing is, of course, perfect, but I think you could look at that from many different perspectives. You could look at it in terms of the perspective of lifting people out of poverty. Here, the trading system concretely has lifted at least 1 billion people or more out of poverty. You could look at the impact on trade on the natural environment. Scorecard could be much worse. You can look at the relationship between poverty, environment, sustainability, climate action. Many different linkages. And I think that's the beauty of the Villa framework, which is trying to integrate all of these elements into one framework, into thinking about the trading system. What I would do, though, is to take a slightly different framing. And that's a framing that I think, it might be odd for someone from WTO to say this, but I think it has to be said. Too much emphasis being put on trade. The real emphasis, in my view, is on what my Director General has been talking a lot about, reglobalization. Trade is one part of reglobalization, part of the global economy, but it's not the only one. And then the conversations that we've had throughout COP, I think, makes it very clear. There's trade, there's finance, there's investment, and much more that have to come together. And the global project is, how do we re-globalize whereby we get better trade? I don't think you can do it without thinking about all the other economic levers. So it's great to have a report that focuses on the trade system, looking at a multilateral trading system, but to really get there, these linkages have to be made. Which begs another question: who's going to make that linkage? We don't have a global government. A global government does not exist. The global government is not going to be able to bring all of these elements together. We have different processes, different frameworks, environment, climate, trade, finance, and so forth. So in the absence of an overall global government, I think there are two pathways. One is, of course, better international coordination, better international cooperation. And that has to be both at the global level and at the national level. Because trade policy doesn't come in the abstract. It comes from capitals. It comes through national governments. So to remake trade or to re-globalize, that conversation has to be brought to the capitals. And it's the capitals that would help to bring that coordination about, that would then lead towards, in an ideal world, to the global level. We know we don't work in an ideal world, so it has to be both. The top-down approach, which is partly what the Remaking Trade Villa framework is about, but there has to also be a conversation at the national level. And I think that's where we IOs, if I could say, UNCTAD, ITC, ourselves, can help. We can help to make the connection between the national to the global, and to make these things much more concrete. And the only other sort of big remark to add at this stage is three things I would suggest: architecture, engineering, materials. You know, we need all three. Okay, you could have architecture, which is a grand vision, a grand blueprint. If you don't have engineers, whatever we're trying to build will never be built. And if we do have engineers and they have no materials, we still won't be able to build what we're trying to build. So I think these three elements, we need to rebalance this a bit. I feel it's been great here. We've contributed to architecture as well. But I would love to see at MC13 a lot more engineering. And that's where our member countries have to come into place. They have to engineer that pathway. We can help them to a certain extent, but it's them at the end of the day. And they need the materials to do it. So what do I mean by materials? In policy terms, you know, it's both the existing WTO agreements. A lot of what we can do is already captured by WTO agreements. We need to make a pathway to be clear that what is it that is not already in WTO agreements, if you're looking at it from a WTO perspective, what is truly new, and what are negotiations that are underway that have not yet completed. I think with that sort of roadmap and pathway, it becomes a bit clearer to the engineers as to what they need to do. So those are sort of two thoughts on the question. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Ho. I mean, I don't know what we'd do if you were not tired, because that was... Although, you know, exhaustion allows you to sort of stop for a bit and really concentrate your thinking. I think we're all fatigued on this panel and in the audience. Let me just say thank you for those of you who made it here. I know it took an effort. But as we kind of sit back a little, thank you much. I mean, Ho, if you did not paint a sort of a metaphoric scene for us, I don't know what I would say, because in all of our workshops, you've kind of been the artist. And literally in the workshop in Barbados, you gave us a piece of art reflecting a sunset that we loved. But as we think about the scene setting that that Ho has done, and moving a little bit out of the granularity and the technicality to sort of the broader all of society, all of government, all of international relations approach, Chantal Lean, I know you were very much front and center in getting a trade house like happen at COP28. And I wonder a little bit from your perspective, how you see perspectives opening up and changing and being more open and alive to why trade is so important, as you reflect on where we take the conversation from COP to MC13. And I know that UNCTAD plays such a pivotal role in this discussion because of the intellectual leadership it provides and support, especially to developing countries, not just to be defensive in how we react to these industrial policy moves of the bigger countries, but also thinking really creatively. I'm thinking blue economy work, biodiversity work, plastic work that UNCTAD is doing to lead the thinking. But how can developing countries in this framework and in a broader sense really have a conversation that is changing the dynamic in a way that we become part of the conversation and leading the efforts multilaterally, so that we're part of and we're really in charge of our own destinies when it comes to thinking about how we position ourselves in this new economy. Now, I know that's 5 questions rolled into one, but if there's any woman for the job, it's you. So over to you, Chantaline.
Given I'm tired, I probably remember 0.5 of the 5. But thank you for this. Yeah, welcome to the Trade House. And there's a reason we have this Trade House. It's because trade is necessary to achieve the transition. We're not going to achieve our climate goal without trade for 2 reasons. One is because it represents 25% of the emissions, so we need to tackle that. And for that, we're working with IMO on decarbonization of the shipping industry. We're working on decarbonization of the fishing fleet. And the decarbonization of supply chains. And we're going to have a big global supply chains forum in Barbados with the Barbados government on 21st, 24th in your region of the world, Yaniv, 21st, 24th of May. So that's on the one hand. On the other hand, our three organizations need to, and I'm saying that, and I can say that because I just joined in May in Geneva, the great trade thinking of the world, that we need to work more together to help our member states get their head around this. Because there's a great opportunity for developing countries to actually leapfrog here if we do this then transition right. Now, let me, though, put a few caveats. Every transition is hard to do. This transition is happening at a speed that we've never seen. It's happening digitally, it's happening climate-wise, and it's happening geopolitically in a very uncertain environment. And so it's either going to weigh one way or the other. And I think if we want to make sure it goes in the right way, for the right reason, our three organizations need to work together, and we can make it happen. And so let me go back to what you were saying, Yaniv, because UNCTAD was created literally 60 years ago next year, at the same time as the G77, by the G77, because they basically realized they need to gang up because if they want to have a voice at the table and in these agreement and make sure that they're fair for them, they needed to gang up together. But once they created the G77, they said, how do we have, which policy do we bring forward in our favor to make sure we rebalance the existing inequalities in the system? And at the time, Raul Prebisch, one of the most prominent economists from Latin America and in the world for that matter, had created the UN Conference on Trade and Development. They said, hey, let's make sure we maintain the UN Conference on Trade Development as a UN agency to keep that thinking alive, to help us to do that. So our mandate is to actually help developing countries to take advantage of these multilateral trade rules, but also come up with their own position to ensure that they're fair. As we enter these negotiations, UNCTAD believe that you can't be talking about trade and climate or trade and environment without bringing in the SDGs. All of our countries have agreed on the SDGs, and there's a reason for it. There are pre-existing inequalities in the system that need to be redressed. We have an opportunity to redress these inequalities by including stacking the E and the S, the environmental and the social. If we're not stacking the two, we're going to fail the developing countries, and we're not going to achieve our climate goals because we can't achieve our climate goals without the developing countries. And so this is why I want to thank we don't agree at UNCTAD, and I'm sure WTO, ITC don't agree with all the proposal that you've put forward, but at least you convene I believe all of the right stakeholders at the table to think about what is wrong with the current system, where could be some potential solution, and who needs to get together to do what, right? And so we encourage you to keep doing that, and we're here to help you. And clearly, because we're here because we want this to be continued, this discussion. Now, you mentioned the work that we do on non-plastic material substitute, on trade and biodiversity, on sustainable export of comparative advantage to developing countries. These are all needed because the developing countries have a comparative advantage in these goods and services. But right now, we need to look at what is happening, and is it going to be a fragmented, another spaghetti bowl of policies, another spaghetti bowl of standard where developing country trade costs just going to be increased, small and medium enterprises left behind? Or are we going to ensure that there's coherence at the international level so that they actually benefit from it? And UNCTAD is working on critical mineral with the Secretary General, and this is a perfect example. It's either developing country going to send their minerals to be processed elsewhere and buy the processed renewable energy, as we've done development in the past, which will fail us, or we're going to help them because they have the land, they have the minerals, they have the material, as you were saying, Aiko, and they have the labor, and they have the land. They have the comparative advantage to produce renewable energy, add value locally, and it's true for several of those goods. but the flow of capital is not going to developing countries. So bringing trade and investment together is very important. We had another session this morning on this, on bringing trade and investment in the nationally determined contribution as means of implementation for developing countries. How do we ensure they have access to affordable technology? We're not saying that every time we say, oh, access, technology transfer, it's a stop in the discussion. Okay, let's not talk about technology transfer. Let's talk about affordable access to appropriate technology to those countries. It could be through patent pooling. It could be through pre-negotiated deals and two-tier pricing. It could be to advanced licensing fees, on the critical technologies that we need to be in the hand of developing countries if we want to meet our SDGs and other 16 developing SDGs. Now, the other thing that we can help developing countries in is South-South trade and environmentally preferable goods and services, because it's easier amongst themselves to meet the standard among themselves than the higher standard for the EU and US market, and which are getting harder to get. And we've done a paper through the global system of trade preferences where developing countries, the 42 nations within the global system of trade preferences, actually have all of the technologies, institution, and material that they need to actually produce renewable energy, to produce the health product that they need, and what's the third one? I'm forgetting. Sustainable agriculture. They have it amongst themselves. So we just need to help them get there. So I'll stop here for now.
Thank you so much I don't even know where to take the conversation next. I'll probably take it to the audience, although I had primed my panelists for a second question. Maybe we'll reserve the last 5 minutes for the lightning round and I'm giving you guys a cheat sheet of the 2 things you want to see in MC13. So much was said here. I'm just very aware that the people who are representing a lot of different interests here are still coming at this issue from an organizational standpoint. But we have people in this room and who we courted and literally sought their feedback from the academic and research communities. Because I think part of the reason we wanted to get involved is often that academics are thought of as just bringing ideas and not necessarily having the foresight for the follow through. And that's not really true. I know there are some people here, I see Elena, I see Colette, who've been thinking about some of these issues and also really tangible ways of bringing the conversation forward. And we also have other people from think tanks and from NGOs, like Wanjira is here, from World Resource Institute. We have people from the whole panoply of the organizations and the entities and the stakeholders who I think have to be part of this conversation. And so I want to throw it to the audience. We have about 15 minutes. I wonder if there's a question or a comment that you would like addressed that either is emerging from the VLR framework or from the wonderful comments we've had here that you'd like an answer to. Any questions? OSF, Vanessa, sponsors of our framework. Any questions that you think burning, that you haven't heard answers to about this agenda as yet? Here's the opportunity. Anyone? Go on, Vanessa. Please, can you bring the mic? So Vanessa Jimenez is from the Open Society Foundation and has been pivotal to the advocacy we've been able to do in this project.
We have live stream. So. Oh, I'm sorry. So my question is it on? Okay. So my question is, I'm trying to look at what to expect from MC13. If we think about what the framework and all the consultations was about, it was about saying the WTO and the trade system is a very relevant and a needed actor in achieving a sustainable future. So I'd be very interested to hear what you think we can expect out of MC13, that just the same way we're asking the UN what to expect out of the Summer of the Future or the annuals, what to expect out of the banks. What do we expect to see from the WTO that they're saying to the public, we are very much relevant for the sustainable future, matter. And maybe if you could talk about it also in terms of like short-term, long-term, because I think I was new to the conversation about WTO, and there were some who thought, oh, we can have urgent actions that we can help to make sure we don't go over 1.5, right? And then others said, no, we take a little longer on things. We can help more after that for the larger, sustainable, equitable, inclusive future. So I would also be curious on that issue, the short-term, long-term, interventions of the WTO where you see yourself, and then what you think we can get out of MC13 that tells everybody we're here and we're relevant for this issue. Thanks.
I love that question, and I'll just take one more for now from Elena.
All right. Thank you so much, Elena Cima from the University of Geneva. I've participated to a few of the workshops, and I've done some of the work for the Villar frameworks. I'm a big fan. But there is something that Chantaline mentioned that I think is, I don't want to say is missing, but I would like maybe to kind of push all of you to think a little bit of how to include it in the framework, because I think that there's space to include it, which is IP, technology transfer. It doesn't plays a huge role in the framework, while it is a key, I think, policy. And when we think about trade, environment, sustainable development, we always tend to think, okay, climate, okay, renewable energy subsidies and standards, which is great, but especially when we add the development component, IP, compulsory licensing, technology transfer, this is really key. And I don't see a lot of discussions in general at COP, honestly, about this topic. So there is, I don't know whether at MC13 there is any, idea to discuss these issues. I know there is an organization that deals with this, WIPO. So maybe what are the relationships and the TRIPS agreement? I mean, there's an agreement that also deals with it. So how can, what are the discussions? What options are there that we can think of? Thank you.
So we have two great questions. Thank you so much. I'm going to give the panelists the choice of which question they want to take up, but just a plug for the Villar framework. Chapter 6, Making Development Work, has a paragraph or two on how does the TRIPS agreement actually, and is it really about the rules in the TRIPS agreement, or is it more about the commercial incentives that you can put into, private contracts or private agreements to bring the technology to these countries? Is TRIPS that relevant anyway to some of these conversations? But you're absolutely right that that's something we need some new thinking on. I know, Colette, you've put something out there on how TRIPS can actually help with compulsory licensing. So we have a question about timelines and framing and what would you actually expect to come out of MC13? And then we have the hard question about intellectual property. How can we make it even more concrete as part of our proposals going forward? So Fiona, I'll start with you.
Quite challenging. I'm actually going to pick up on the IP point, and maybe I'll set it a little bit broader in context than just MC13, because the International Trade Center is at the moment doing a lot of work around, coming back to my earlier point about stimulating innovation in the space around sustainability and trade. And one of the areas that we're doing that, for example, is about looking at ecopreneurship. So creating new ideas, creating innovations that are new and different at a very grassroots level. And in fact, this week we just launched Ecopreneur Competition Award that is about stimulating ideas amongst young people, linking in with youth. And a key partnership we've established around that is with WIPO. So the idea that intellectual property around the new ideas, the new innovations in the sustainability space, and how we ensure that the approach and framework is relevant and supporting that innovation and protecting it, for me, is very important, because we all know this is a very experimental area. The innovation is going on everywhere around finding new solutions. The nature economy, around even around areas like digitalization and systems and processes to improve how we trade. There's so much innovation, and protecting those who are the innovators, especially in developing countries where intellectual property, maybe the relevance, the frameworks are not there. I think is really important.
I just want to pick up on that point. Some of it is very new, Fiona, but one of the, the sort of the lights went off for me is when we invited into the Mexico workshop contributions about indigenous communities. They have been doing this stuff for years. I mean, even before many of the civilizations, Western civilizations were there, these people have been working the land. They have been communing with forestry and fisheries and agricultural practices. And there's so much humility that we need to bring to these conversations of understanding not just this from a commercialization, although that's very important as well, but as a shared resource approach. So even flipping the way we think about protecting these communities, giving them an opportunity to teach us, and thinking about how the frameworks now need to reflect what they do instead of requiring them to conform to the frameworks that we set up. And WIPO is doing that work. There's the CBD, the Convention on Biodiversity, and traditional knowledge, and all of these things. And maybe that's another way we can bring it closer to the Villar framework. So thanks for that perspective. And it just makes me think that Brazil has said that in addition to environment, social, and economic aspects, they want to add cultural to sustainable development. What a wonderful innovation by Brazil when they take hold of the G20. So this is what I'm talking about when I say we need to learn and we need to also be a part of pushing the envelope. I said I would stop talking, but over to you. I wonder if you can take Vanessa's
No,
question.
Genevieve, keep going, keep going. Carry on. On MC13, maybe I just restrict myself to those, what we hope would be particularly relevant to sustainability. I mean, top of the agenda is fisheries subsidies agreement. So conclusion of first phase of the fisheries subsidies agreement, which means ratification, therefore allowing the agreement to come into implementation. So that's really the one really big thing that you can already do today. We don't need to be thinking about future frameworks, future ideas, future visions. It's already there. But it needs to complete the ratification process. From my colleagues in the FISH team, I don't work directly on these negotiations. I understand that they have good uptake, good numbers of ratification, but they need to push it past the line. 2/3 of WTO members have to ratify to allow this to come into implementation. And big hopes, and it's not just a hope, we concretely want it to be ratified and in place by MC13. So all of you here could do a great job by supporting your governments to take that final step, okay? And then the other one is phase 2 of the fishery subsidies negotiations. It's in process right now, and work is ongoing, so I'm not going to comment on it, but that's another big push on fishery subsidies. Why am I putting so much emphasis on this? Because this agreement is a completely game changer for WTO. It's an agreement that doesn't put trade distorting impacts as front and center. It puts environmental impacts front and center. That's very different from all previous trade agreements. So if we can do this agreement, if we can ratify it, get it fully implemented, that builds confidence to take up other things. So I think that's the approach that, from what we hope will happen. And that would help build these connections to other things that you're talking about on climate. At the same time, you've got 3 other initiatives at WTO, which Chantaline had already referred to a bit. They are on structured discussions on trade and environmental sustainability. At WTO, I like to say we like to compete with UNFCCC on complex acronyms and titles. So that's one of ours. And under that structured discussions, you have very clear work streams. One is on trade-related climate measures, another one which is on the circular economy and trade. You've got one on environmental goods and services, and you have one on subsidies. What they're aiming towards is to come up with a report to ministers on the outcomes that they have achieved through all of these work streams. Okay, it's a structured discussion. It's not a negotiation. I should underline that. So these are about ideas and about recommendations and things that they have learned through their work. Then you've got dialogue on plastics pollution, which is a grouping that's been very active, and they've been working basically to map out what are the trade measures that need to be addressed if we're going to reduce plastics pollution throughout the whole life cycle of plastics production. And also what are the things that need to be promoted as alternatives to plastics. And again, how can trade support that work? It's not just WTO, of course, I mean, but you have the major negotiation, the UN Plastics Treaty negotiations, and the dialogue on plastics is, again, quite groundbreaking, I would say. It's trying to have a trade sort of dialogue that is in support of the plastics negotiations. All too often, it works the other way around, that the MEAs get concluded, there's no trade conversation, and then you have this problem of potential conflicts between the two. So it's very much trying to work in sync, and the plastics people will come out with their ministerial document again on specific recommendations that they will come out with. And then you've got fossil fuel subsidy reform group, Friends of Fossil Fuel Subsidy Reform, which is very close to the discussions going on here at COP28. Here, this is a trade group, but you know, it's governments basically. I think currently it's 49, could be 50 governments, I'm not too sure, who basically are championing reform of fossil fuel subsidies through the trade declaration. So those three things are quite important, and we're looking forward to seeing how members will take it forward. That they are not multilateral processes, I have to underline that. These are groupings of members, but getting a lot of good traction. And then on the multilateral part, it's about how can we sort of improve on where we were at MC12, where there was a paragraph. This is a bit trade nerd stuff, I'm sorry, but it's about improving on the linkages between trade and the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity, and pollution. That work is still ongoing. Actually, I have the pleasure of flying out tonight to go tomorrow to informal consultations on precisely that topic. So, and a lot of this is done under the idea that we need to start doing things, learning and reforming by doing. You know, there's a tendency, and in all international processes it's the same, to try to get to some sort of perfect state before taking a move. Here, the chair is trying to persuade members to say, let's start reforming by doing. Let's not wait for perfection before taking another step. And I finish with this, Jean-Yves, sorry for taking so much time, because Jean-Yves knows I like to paint. I paint badly, but I still like to paint. And when you paint, you know, you can't paint like this line has to be perfect before I move to the next line, perfect before I move to the next line. This is not how you do it, you know. You have to start with an idea, you do a sketch, you start filling in the sketch, and the picture starts to develop, and you start moving that, and you start shaping it as you go ahead. International processes try to do that, but sometimes they get captured in this sort of game of line by line of perfection. And I just hope that all of us here could help move them a bit away from that way of proceeding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ho. Chantaline, we have 3 minutes.
All right, let me try to
Take
be
it away.
short. I just want to pick on what Aiko just said, and perfection being the enemy of the good. You will recall at the Villard, what was it called, retreat, they had invited the Villard Youth Fellows. And we had a youth on our panel earlier this morning, and they asked him at the end, they asked them at the end of the session, and one of the guys goes in and said, you have so many acronyms, it's really hard to follow anything you're saying, because it's nerd language, and on top of it, you add all these acronyms. And second, I don't understand why, but every time somebody seemed to come up with a good answer, a good solution, you kill it right away. And it was so refreshed to hear from the youth. And it's true, we have this tendency of having perfection the enemy of the good. Let's build this plane as we fly, because there's no other way. I mean, there's an urgency here. But I think, to get back to Vanessa's question, for us, and then we're already working with WTO on the fishery subsidies. We're already working on we actually work on the non-plastic material in the UNEA. But I think there is a trust building that is needed right now before we head to MC13. There's a trust gap. There's a anxiety out there between the developed and developing world, and between those that have the fiscal muscle to put in place, money behind the transition, and those that are fiscally strapped and they can't do it, and those that will have to meet new standard requirement and changing really rapidly and not having the capacity to do it. And so the work that you're doing, Yaniv, bringing people together, UNCTAD, ITC, in a non-negotiating space, in a safe space, to have that dialogue, because right now they're talking past each other and not to each other, and it's not conducive to global consensus. So that's something that we need to do, and then you need to help us do, I think. And then there's financing. I said countries, and I keep repeating this, we do that, we keep repeating what our boss do, but what I say, but 3.3 billion people right now live in country where their government is spending more on financing, they're servicing their sovereign debt following COVID-19, following the war in Ukraine and the inflation, than on health and education together. How are we expecting those countries to be able to invest in adaptation and in the mitigation and transition? So we need to be creative, and the investment is not, because of the uncertainty, investment is not flowing in those countries. FDI to developing countries in renewable energy is flat since 2015. It's decreased in Africa since 2015. These are the places where the investment need to go. So we need a just transition. For just transition, we need the flow to those countries. It's going to have to be from, we need to start being creative. How do we help those countries? Perhaps, if you, and part of your debt is washed out if you invest it in UNDCs, in your renewable energy transition. We need to start having this discussion. Otherwise, we're not going to get there.
Great way to end.
And reform of the financial architecture.
Bridgetown Initiative.
Very important.
Yes.
With something that UNCTAD is pushing. Can't forget about that, because it's not working for developing countries right now.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. Listen, I think we can continue this conversation into the corridors where the magic really happens. I want to, before I thank my esteemed panelists, I actually want to thank all of the audience online as well as in here for making it through a tough slog of a week. We're going to start back next week, but I think for Trade House we're beginning to wind down, and it's been an awesome opportunity for those of us who are tradies to actually have a place to talk. So let me ask Violetta, Claudia, Susanna, Karen, all of those of you who have been front and center, although Donna, Daria, I'm like butchering names. All of you and those of you on the stage who've actually made it happen so that we have a cocoon in this craziness to be and commune, thank you so much. And let me thank my panel for doing a wonderful job of bringing this really to life and making it make sense to the international community within the trade circles, but also outside of the trade circles. And let's make something really magical happen in MC13. If it's one thing we can do is to make the conversation accessible, I think, is a start. And so thank you all so very much. Enjoy the rest of your COP. And please be in touch with us at VLAR Framework. We want to take the conversation forward, and we really need you all to be part of the conversation. Thank you all. Have a great week.
everyone in the audience and also online to our session with the Standards and Trade Development Facility. Thank you for your patience and also waiting to start a few moments late. We have at least one other speaker who will be joining us this afternoon. There are so many events going on today for Food and Agriculture Day, a lot of competition, and some of our other speakers are in events which haven't yet concluded. So we're here today to talk about facilitating safe trade and why stronger sanitary and phytosanitary systems matter for climate change, adaptation, and resilience, and how we can make this a part of the conversation moving forward. Facilitating safe trade to regional markets and international markets offers a pathway for farmers, for small businesses, and governments in developing countries to transform agricultural development and really to promote regional integration and sustainable economic growth, poverty reduction, food security, and so on. But climate change, as we know, is leading to new and expanded sanitary and phytosanitary risks for agri-food trade. So plant pests, animal diseases, food safety risks, these are expanding, they're increasing, and this is already affecting market access and is likely to have more impact on the future, so threatening those livelihoods, that economic growth that trade and markets can bring. Plant pests like fall armyworm have rapidly expanded their coverage and their spread in Africa, and this is negatively affecting domestic food security as well as market access. And those plant pests are causing already losses of 20 to 40% of agricultural production. So it's really important for food security and costing over 220 billion annually. So in the Standards and Trade Development Facility, it's a multi-stakeholder partnership that's connecting players, stakeholders, organizations across agriculture, health, trade, and development to facilitate market access focused on compliance with international standards for market access. And so I'm really happy to have with us today at the podium representatives from the STDF's Global Partnership. The World Bank Group is one of the founding partners of the STDF and put the seed money in to create the STDF's partnership 20 years ago. And I think we're all proud to see the action, you know, the work that has taken place over this time. So welcome to Martin van Nieuwkoop, who is the Global Director for the Agriculture and Food Global Practice at the World Bank, based in DC. I'm also very pleased to have with us Lydia Gattere, who works at the Center for Agriculture and Bioscience International, which is better known as CABI. So CABI is really an organization doing a lot to help farmers strengthen their phytosanitary systems, their SPS systems to facilitate safe trade. And CABI is implementing a number of STDF safe trade solution projects on the ground in Africa, in Southeast Asia, and beyond. So welcome, Lydia, and thanks for joining us. And also on the panel today, we have Dinesh Prasad Parajuli, who is with the Agro-Enterprise Center of the Nepalese Federation of Chambers of Commerce and Industry. And AEC has been also co-delivering an STDF project in Nepal many years ago. That was a value chain project bringing together the stakeholders across government, industry, private sector, farmers on the ground for that value chain project that really helped to expand market access. So welcome to you as well. So we are today, and I am going to be moderating your session today. I work in the Secretariat for the Standards and Trade Development Facility, which is hosted by the WTO. I'm the deputy head of the STDF Secretariat there, and as I said, we're really a partnership for action for safe trade that contribute to benefits for people on the ground. So we're going to have 2 rounds of questions, and we will have time to engage the audience. So for those of you in the room, get ready with your questions and your comments. So let me ask the first question to you, Martin, to the World Bank. Jeremy, great timing. Please just come on up. Jeremy was in another meeting, And let me take this moment to introduce you as well. So Jeremy Adamson works for the United States Department of Agriculture, the Foreign Agriculture Service, and the USDA is a strong partner and donor to the STDF facility. So welcome, Jeremy. Jeremy, we're just getting started, and I was going to ask the first question to you, Martine, you know, about the World Bank. We know that you have identified trade as a mechanism to achieve green, resilience, inclusive development that benefits developing countries. So how do you see trade facilitation, reform, and support to build stronger sanitary and phytosanitary systems fitting into this, you know, picture?
Very good. Is this working?
I hope so.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good, very good. Thank you very much for inviting me. Excellent question. Yeah, we think that international trade has long played a very vital role in reducing food insecurity and malnutrition by increasing access to food for those people who are facing actually shortages and are faced with price volatility. Clearly, global production is less volatile, than production at the country level. And therefore, we think trade offers an important risk-sharing mechanism in the face of domestic production fluctuation, which actually are increasing because of climate change. And because of that increase, we think that trade is more important than ever to counteract this volatility, to counteract food shortages, and to minimize those price spikes, and in order to ensure a steady and predictable supply of food. And we think that also without an expansion of food trade, more people in low-income countries will become food insecure because of climate change. Now, I think you already said it in your introduction, where we think that the importance of trade actually is rising, and at the same time, climate change is also creating new trade risk that actually is impacting food safety and animal and plant health, thereby maybe complicating trade. Well, trade is more needed than ever. So existing natural barriers to the spread of animal and plant pests are losing their effectiveness. Spread of desert locusts across East Africa, Arab Peninsula, South Asia. Welcome, David. Good to see you. You mentioned the fall armyworm introduced in West Africa, despite being native to the Americas. And that actually has spread to more than 40 countries to sub-Saharan Africa, as well as Yemen and India. Warmer temperatures, another example, also favor the growth of aflatoxin, producing fungi. Interception of plant pests also increased dramatically following warm, wet weather. Animal diseases are spreading due to prolonged transmission cycles of vectors. I think I can go on and on and on. But I think also an important thing, actually, so those trends of increased incidence of diseases also led to an over-reliance on antimicrobials, pesticides, veterinary drugs, that actually prevent and combat infectious diseases, protect plants, preserve food, and promote animal growth. But at the same time, the overuse actually give rise to antimicrobial resistance, causing superbugs, that withstand the drugs, designed to kill them. This is a major problem, actually. Actually, I'm on the board of the International Center of Antimicrobial Resistance Solutions that is based in Denmark. Therefore, we think that effective SPS systems are very much needed. To facilitate trade and manage these risks to an acceptable level. And therefore, some considerations moving forward then, okay? I think with the emergence of those new risks, we think it's very critical to ensure that food products are safe for importing countries and do not introduce and spread any non-native pest diseases and other food safety hazards. At the same time, in many cases, non-tariff SPS measures are applied in a way that creates bottlenecks for food trade, and that needs to be avoided. And also striking a balance between protecting against pests, diseases, and contaminants that can be introduced through trade, but at the same time providing also a conducive environment for trade That's, of course, at the core of effective SPS systems. And then finally, I think no surprise there, we think that risk-based approaches to SPS inspections are very much key. We need to focus on commodities with the greatest risk and mitigating them through border management procedures that can speed up clearance time of low-risk commodities to efficiently use limited country resources to facilitate trade and actually focus on where most of the risk is. So those are a few reflections.
Thank you so much, Martin, and welcome to David Laborde. I know it's a busy day, Food and Agriculture Day, so we're very happy that you're here. And we just got started, so thank you, David, for joining. So let me ask you a question to follow up on some of what Martin spoke about, risk-based approaches, science-based standards, because FAO hosts the Secretariat for the Codex that makes the International Food Safety Standards and the International Plant Protection Convention, the IPPC standards, which are two of the major international standards recognized in the WTO's SPS agreement. So, what's the role of those international standards and SPS sanitary and phytosanitary systems in sustainable agri-food systems and markets that protect biodiversity and the environment and that can be more resilient to climate change?
So, sorry for being late and thanks for this opportunity. Let me follow up on what Martin has said. So clearly climate change is going to increase some of the risk. So we can see behavior where actually more chemicals will be used, making actually the situation worse. But also when we start to see some new disease appearing, sometimes you have also countries that are going to be very protectionist on the spot, a bit like we have seen with COVID. Basically, the first reaction, there is a pandemic somewhere, let's protect. Sometimes it's driven by panic. Sometimes it can be driven also by protectionist interest. We have seen, there is one case of mad cow disease in one country, we block all trade because people were just waiting for that. And unfortunately, when we start to see this response, you have also countries that say, okay, in this case, I'm going to not do any test. Because if I am rewarded by making tests, by getting ban of trade, that's a problem. And as we say, the more shock you have, actually, the more trade you need to make the system resilient. So what we want is rules that are going to limit bad behavior, generating good incentive for producers and countries to be transparent, like we see with COVID. Lack of transparency makes things worse. So we want transparency, and that's where having this standard based on science are so important and mutually recognized, even after if countries can also, fine-tune them based on their local needs and condition. Because yes, we need trade, we need inclusive trade, and yes, as you said at FAO, we have the change to all the Codex Alimentarius that is actually essential for many countries, both in terms of facilitating trade, but also for some low-income countries, that's a blueprint, Having all these standards require knowledge, capacity, and sometimes you don't really know what to use, and it's better to take something that is the international benchmark than nothing. So having them is already useful for not only in case of dispute, but just as a public good of knowledge and capacity. I will add also that at FAO, we host other entities that are relevant, like a number of early warning systems in terms of disease, in terms of locust, for example, crisis, because sometimes you want to anticipate a problem to avoid having to start to use too much chemical or let the situation degenerate. Now, this is all the nice thing that we can do at the global level, but I will just point that we need also local capacity to be able to use them. And that also this capacity building activity, that's something that FAO is doing, that the World Bank is doing. But that I think is very important for the low and middle income countries, having the capacity to deal with that.
Exactly. Thank you so much. And I think we'll get, later to what you said about COVID, the crisis of that, but then the opportunity. So I think, can we see climate change as an opportunity to strengthen some of those food safety, animal and plant health systems in country? And how can we then get the resources to do that? But let me pass, because you also mentioned the local and the national situation. So let me move now to you, Dinesh, to ask, about Nepal and what kind of challenges are the small-scale producers and traders in Nepal? Because many of them, they rely on agri-food trade for their livelihoods, for their incomes, for jobs. What kind of challenges are you seeing them face on the ground in Nepal? And what are they doing, or what do they need to be able to address the challenge that exists?
Thank you for the question. Yeah. Actually, Nepal, out of the total household, around 62% of the household are engaged in agriculture. And they have a average land holding of 0.55 hectare. That indicates that majority of the farmers are small holders. And within the small holders, around 44% of the households, they have the knowledge about the effect of climate change, and that's going to decline their production and productivity of their crop. This is the scenario. And regarding the climate change effect, as we all know, it's an effect that's increased temperature, increase this the heavy rainfall causes the flood and landslide. These are the events that occur, and together with it, due to increase in temperature, there is a this outbreak and infestation of plant as well as animal diseases. And these all leads to the decline in production and productivity of the agri-foods, and that hindering the livelihood of the small-scale producer, even to the trade. Sometimes heavy rainfall and landslide that disturb the road or block the road, and it hinders the that blocks the supply chain of agri-food, and that causes the increase in the for production, increase in the price of the agri-food in the market, because that could not meet the demand. In the same way, sometimes due to this blockage of road, many perishable food items, they are destroyed. Perishable items like meat, fresh vegetable, milk, and this sort of products, they would be destroyed, and causing losses of the smallholder producers. And also, due to the rainfall, they also increases the cost of transportation, because it holds the vehicle has to hold for so many days sometimes. Even in the alpine region of Nepal, where the people have their livelihood depends on mostly in the livestock farming, the occasional heavy snowfall that causes the death of the large number of yak and the sheep. That causes the loss of property of the smallholder farmers, and that directly hinders affects the livelihood of those farmers. These are the effects that has been shown in Nepal due to the effect of climate change. And to cope with all those problems, the government as well as the private sector are also doing some policy related remedies. Say Nepal, the government has implemented this Nepal adaptation policy, and they made it and also implemented, and they have provided this incentive for the insurance for the agricultural insurance. And also they have given priority for the R&D, research and development, to develop drought-resistant varieties of crop. And there's a conservation of this pond or water conservation, maintenance of the old ponds, and use of the sprinkler irrigation to minimize the use of water for irrigation. And also initiation of good agricultural practices, and promotion of organic farming, promotion of this manufacturing of biofertilizer, biopesticide. These sort of activities are going on. There are so many other activities. And also private sector are also helping government to adopt, implement government policy. They help in the infrastructure development of like warehouse and the cold storage, these sort of things. And they lobby with the financial institution for the investment in the infrastructure related to climate change, this sort of things. And also they they monitor the small scale producers. These sort of activities
Right.
are carried out.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much. And you mentioned, biopesticides, and also Martin had spoken about with climate change, more pests, you need more plant protection products, which can then also create more risks for trade and those products to get into markets, whether it's regional or international. So I wanted to come to you, Lydia, because, the biopesticide is also a new approach to try to reduce the conventional plant protection products and pesticides. And CABI is pioneering a lot of these innovative, more nature-based solutions to manage pests and diseases that are affecting agricultural production and also trade. So I wondered if you could share an example with us, and just, of one of these nature-based solutions, and maybe what's the link to trade?
Thank you for having me here, and I'm really glad to be with the other team. So CABI is mostly known for, the knowledge bank in terms of crop protection and having the tools for crop protection. And knowing that climate change and trade is very complex and also important because it affects the economics, and also because of some of these products are climate dependent. For instance, if we come to coffee, and some of them also, the goods and services are also very dependent on climate, then it affects the volume and the quality. Also, we know that climate change also affects the insurgence of pests and diseases. And when we say pests here, we include both invasive plants and also pests. And these are all related to climate change. And we know, for instance, something like coffee leaf rust is actually affected mostly by climate change and things like that. So we know that with the new policies, then that there is need for decreasing use of pesticides, and also, using more sustainable ways of transporting some of these crops or products to foreign countries. And so with this, then CABI, what it does is that it works with member countries. It has close to 50 member countries, and they work on activities together. And if I can give an example, we have one which has been built from, it came from a plant clinic, a very simple plant clinic where a farmer can take their plant or to be identified either what disease or what pest is attacking it, and gives recommendations from the knowledge bank. It has developed into Plantwise Plus, and this is a CABI innovative innovation tool, which gives naturally based solutions to manage pests and diseases for agricultural production, building resilience to environmental and climate change hazards. And one of the good thing about with CABI, because it works with member countries, for instance, now it has worked a lot with one NPPO in Kenya, KEFIS, which is the Agency for Phytosanitary. And they have worked together such a way that even the other countries in the neighboring countries, they have wanted to come and model the structure and the systems that CABI and KEFIS have done. And this, we have seen it even in a country like Ghana, and especially to these scale insects, like now mostly the mealybug insects. So the parasitoids have been developed so that they are naturally attacking these mealybugs. And a country like Ghana has come to Kenya to benchmark and learn from this based on the tool that has been produced by CABI.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And definitely, I know that the United States is also working with CABI in different areas. So let me come to you now, Jeremy, too, because the U.S. Department of Agriculture, you are developing and implementing very tailored capacity building programs to support countries to enhance their food and agricultural systems that are resilient, that are climate smart, and that can also maintain market access. So can you share a couple of examples or one example of your collaboration with developing countries to tell us a little bit more about what you're doing on that?
Yes, thank you so much. And first, let me just commend the Standard Trade Development Facility and WTO for having this conversation at the Trade House on the very first Food and Ag Day at COP. This is a very important conversation to be had, and frankly, it's a conversation that should be had at the Oahala Theater. This is a very important topic. So when we heard about the opportunity to talk about this, talk about strengthening SPS systems in the context of being a solution for climate change, we're very excited. USDA, as you mentioned, we do a lot of capacity building work to strengthen SPS systems in developing countries, as well as working with other members of the international community, including our collaboration, as you noted, with STDF. We provide a significant amount of capacity building globally, and we virtually work with just about every developing country in a bilateral or regional basis. We invest in the future of developing countries by helping them to strengthen their agricultural institutions, by providing them with technical assistance, but also helping them to strengthen their regulatory systems. There's value in that it strengthens international standards and the guidance offers to ensure SPS measures are based in science, but also it helps to ensure that they comply with WTO obligations while fostering agricultural economic growth and job creation. Just want to quickly highlight the WTO report here recently in a policy brief on climate change that highlighted that climate change, that trade can be a part of the solution to help countries adapt to climate change. I think this is a very important conversation, and as I mentioned before, a topic that we should talk about more broadly. Talk about some of the work that we've done to resolve non-tariff barriers through our capacity building efforts by fostering innovative trade facilitative solutions. This is work to contribute to trade opportunities to expand and create new markets, while also helping to address food security and sustainable development objectives, such as human health, nutrition, reductions in food loss and waste, as well as strengthening resilience in climate change related areas. When I think about ways we can strengthen and enhance resilient SPS regulatory systems in developing countries, it really comes down to two things, really science and innovation. So when we talk about science, science and technology in agriculture must be foundational to all of our approaches. In the U.S., farmers are seeking streamlined regulatory approaches that allow for them, frankly, to use the tools that they need to use to be able to grow healthy crops. Farmers are not seeking to produce food as they did 50 or 100 years ago, so we need new tools, and we need to understand that regulators around the world are faced with similar requests. We also see positive shift from other countries and that are forward-leaning in regulations that facilitate trade and innovation and embrace a variety of tools, including agricultural biotechnology, also biopesticides, that can contribute to climate resilience as well as increase productivity and help address food security. So for example, we have programs that strengthen regulatory systems by training regulators to quickly evaluate and authorize pesticides that can be used to fight against diseases and pests in early stages. So just to give an example, mention the outbreak of fall armyworm in Africa. We did work with 2 countries in Africa to help to quickly support registration of low-risk pesticide or biopesticides to combat fall armyworm. Just it's a personal example for me because I, full disclosure, used to work for a biopesticide company before I was part of the United States Department of Agriculture. So, understanding the tool and the work that's done to quickly get those products registered and into the hands of farmers is so important. And we need regulatory systems that support that. Next to the topic of innovation. For us to be able to solve the issues of tomorrow, we have to be able to continue to innovate. Innovation spanning across new pesticides and new tools, but also how we approach strengthening our SPS systems. And again, commend the Standard Trade Development Facility for being a leader in this area, calling on increased public-private partnerships, as well as especially for small to medium-sized enterprises in developing countries. We support the trade facilitation reforms, including the work that you've done with phytosanitary certification, work you've done to help modernize border operations, improve inspections, and reduce unnecessary trade costs. These reforms reduce the likelihood of food contamination during storage and transport, instances of food loss, and less wasted time at the borders, which is very important. But we also recognize that we need to scale and deploy innovation, and we need public-private partnerships to do this. So ensuring interdisciplinary approach and enhancing collaborations at all levels is critically important. You know, at this COP, you may have heard a lot about discussion of the Ag Innovation Mission for Climate, or AIM for Climate. This is a focused effort spanning across governments and non-governments to increase their investment in innovation spanning climate, agriculture, and trade. Those investments in the platform that AIM for Climate has provided will be integral in working towards these new solutions. And also the Sustainable Productivity Growth Coalition is another coalition that features public-private partnerships and the opportunity to share forward resources. The final piece of this is creating platforms to share information and lessons learned. And we want to make sure that knowledge and tools that result from these investments are available for partners around the world. So this is a part of the reason we value STDF's knowledge work, including the policy briefs that you've convened, as well as the webinar series on SPS from last year. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the USDA International Climate Hub, where as we look at all of our collaborative efforts, as well as the work that we're doing within USDA to support producers and stakeholders globally to adapt to climate change. That information needs to live somewhere, it needs to be accessible, and that is featured via the International Climate Hub. You can find more information on the International Climate Hub website, which I would invite you all to check out.
Thank you, Jeremy. And I think when you talk about what the STDF has done in piloting e-certification, it's, you know, it's the FAO, it's the World Bank, because all the partners, it's the donors that support the STDF, because they're all part of the partnership. But you also talked about innovation. So Martin, a question for you. You know, the SPS authorities, they're often very under-resourced. So how can they benefit, or how can they exploit or leverage the climate urgency and emergency to get more resources, to deliver better, to change what they do, to have better results? And I'll ask the panelists to keep maybe to about 3 minutes for this next round of questions, because I see the clock is ticking. Over to you, Martin.
Very good. Well, I think the answer to that is quite straightforward, no? I mean, governments around the world, I mean, make available about $800 billion in public support to agriculture, and most of it is not very effective, and actually generates a lot of distortions, negative externalities. So we've been working together with FAO on an important program and advocacy to actually repurpose public support to agriculture for much better, you know, productive environmental and social outcomes, and recognizing the importance of trade that we have been discussing so far. That seems to be a logical destination of any repurposed public support to agriculture, no? I think also after COVID, the war in Ukraine, I think the importance of trade, you know, has been kind of come to the forefront here. I think another important point, and that's my second point I want to make, and final point because of time, is that probably there are also opportunities to make actually SPS and compliance much more efficient. And in that respect, you know, new technologies really have the potential, I mean, maybe to transform the traditional approaches to SPS certification and risk management. And just a few examples here. Electronic SPS certification, one example. So many countries have automated the manual paper process, and still can adopt, I mean, the use of electronic phytosanitary certificates called e-phyto to facilitate trade. And so mainstreaming e-phyto would be one way of actually making it more efficient. lateral flow test strips to measure aflatoxins, also another example, without a laboratory. So you actually can measure that without going into a laboratory setting, which is much more expensive. Same thing, UV boxes, etc., etc. So, but I think the point I want to make here is that the digital space provides a lot of opportunities to bring SPS probably into the 21st century, because probably a lot of the systems that are being used now are of the last century. So.
Thank you so much for that, because it's about ensuring the health protection, but making it trade efficient and cutting those transaction costs. And I think the technology, the digitalization, we often think of technology when we think about innovation, but there are innovations also in terms of how we work and processes. So David, you know, One Health, food systems approaches, that's an innovation in terms of bringing together the different kinds of stakeholders that are involved in facilitating safe trade. So, you know, what do you see as the role of that more coordinated, holistic One Health approach to strengthen SPS systems, also in the context of the climate urgency?
Yes, and I think here urgency is a very key word, because in the sense that we are dealing with changes that we have not seen, I mean, in human civilization time, in terms of climate, in terms of moving pest and disease, but also in terms of technology and innovation. And we need to adapt our governance and the way we work together within countries and across countries with that. I mean, we cannot wait 20 years to have a regulation that will validate a new technology, because first, no one is going to invest in this technology, and then we will have already 2 or 3rd generation of problems behind it. So that's where I think thinking strategically, using new governance mechanism where that will require the public authorities, the private sector, but also the civil society to be part of. Because if people think that, you know, things are done behind the door, you will see problems coming from fear potentially, not always based on science, but we have to acknowledge it, you know. We cannot just say, shut up and that's what we think. Because we have seen, unfortunately in the past, a lot of good innovation lost due to that. So, yes, this agri-food system approach with a more coordination and involving stakeholders, it doesn't mean that everyone should be around the table to give just an opinion. We want to have rational discussion, but listening to the different preoccupations to make sure that we have the framework that will allow to take decision and to adjust regulation to the challenge we face, to let innovators innovate, farmers adapt, and traders trade, basically. And yes, digital is part of it, but we need also this kind of more social and governance innovation to deal with this.
Yeah.
And that's right to experiment. And thanks also for the work you do on that.
Okay, thank you, David. Thanks for that. So there's a lot, I think, to innovation when we start to dig a little bit deeper. You also spoke about the role of public-private partnerships, and Jeremy had mentioned that earlier. So in Nepal, you know, Dinesh, just very quickly, if I could ask you, what's the role of business support organizations that they can play on the ground at the country level in facilitating safe trade and working with the regulators? Your mic, you got your mic, and maybe, yeah, just try to keep to a couple of minutes, please.
Yeah, actually, the small traders and small producers and traders, they need capacity enhancement for sustainable practices. This is very essential, and which can be, I think, obtained only through the joint effort of 4P approaches. 4P means public, private, producers, partnership. Yeah, that is essential. They need to, those smaller producers or the traders, they need to adopt, to obtain the good market. They have to adopt certain system or standard, which one of the standard is, as ITC has, I think, adopted is VSS, voluntary standard, voluntary sustainable standard, that can be adopted. And others maybe some gap, in voluntary standard, I think they have to comply with the different economic, social, and environmental sustainability approaches in GAP. Also, it's a voluntary approach. Even organic production can be adopted. These sort of things can be done to extend their business. In such cases, BSO, the business supporting organization, like our organization, has some certain role to support them. For example, we can support in non-financial services. Non-financial means they help them to prepare their business plan and their monitoring and linking them with the insurance company or financial company. This sort of work, this support can be extended from the BSOs, like our organization. And we can also involve them in national and international, this agricultural fair, agricultural trade, or this exhibition to promote them. And also support for easy access to finance for investment in the infrastructure, and also daily operation of their, the trade. We can help them. And lobby with the government for subsidized loan for climate-related activities that these BSOs are doing. We are lobbying. We are doing this thing, and linking market with the producers, and provide market information services, the prices and demand, supply, this sort of things through different through the use of ITC, and support in the capacity development on business skill, business planning, marketing skill, and linkages. This sort of activities can be done from there. Yeah.
So thank you for that. So yes, we can see that you can do a lot. A lot can be done, as you said, but you also need financing to be able to deliver on that. So with that, let me pass to Kabi. Briefly, Lydia, if you could share, based on your work, just one or two key lessons of what you see in terms of taking this forward, the strengthening SPS systems for more climate resilience and adaptation.
Thank you. A lot has been done, and one of them, I would say, it's the regional initiatives, and especially when it comes to trade. We see that multiple countries have come together and being able to collaborate and co-create some of these initiatives. For instance, we see Kenya, Uganda, and Burundi in the management of these scale insects, and especially in the parasitoids. They have really worked together, and that is a very good learning lesson. So for that, then we would need not only focusing on the focus countries, but also to scale it up to other different countries, whether they are either focus countries or not, but to scale up some of these initiatives. The other one would be, harmonization of standards. We see that with the regulatory bodies, some of these countries, and especially when they know they can learn from a different country, they have come to learn and benchmark from the country which is working so well. So the harmonization of standards, that would be very good. And of course, like he said, supporting the public and the private sector partnerships, and especially in strengthening and and supporting all these players, and especially in the co-creation and collaborations.
Thank you, Lydia. And I think what you said about scale is so key. And since a lot of the speakers have referred to electronic phytosanitary certification, I think in the STDF, we're so excited and grateful and thrilled to see what different organizations are doing to scale up that ePhyto work, including the Trade Facilitation Support Program at the World Bank, Trademark Africa, the Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation, and others really to scale up that pilot project. So I think that's what we need to see more of those great pilot projects that can be taken to scale. So let me move to you, Jeremy, for some final remarks. The USDA is one of the important donors to the STDF, which is a trust fund. It relies on donor contributions to deliver all of its work. So, what do you think from the donor perspective that the STDF's partnership, the members of the partnership can do to, just have more transformational results through facilitating safe trade with that focus on SPS requirements and standards?
Yeah, thank you, Marlon. I think the first thing just to highlight is really emphasizing the role of trade, the role of trade and the role of trade in addressing food security, the role of trade in building agriculture economic growth, the role of trade in helping to support climate adaptation. And what's fundamental to that is, and what's critical, is strong SPS systems. So for us to be able to achieve those goals, we have to have strong SPS systems. And this is, as you mentioned, why the USDA United States are so proud to be a donor and supporter and partner of STDF. Just want to give a couple of examples of how we partner with STDF and other collaborators and programs that apply innovative science-based approaches to help combat the rising pest and disease issues, including the e-Phyto solution that's been previously mentioned a few times on this panel, as well as investments for market access or prioritizing SPS investments for market access, or PEMA, which is a tool that offers evidence-based approach to inform and improve SPS planning and decision-making processes, as well as good regulatory practices that's helped to improve the effectiveness in developing countries' food and feed regulatory program. I think it's also important to highlight the space that STDF offers for its partners in international cooperation to understand the implications in the climate change, implications of climate change for SPS risk, as well as designing and delivering interventions for developing countries to adapt to these risks. Addressing SPS risk is critical to increasing the resilience in agricultural production systems and supply chains. As a partner, you have to come and continue to learn from our programming and communicate in all forums, such as this one that we're having right here at COP28. Why SPS capacity building matters for the global climate solutions and sustainable development. I think that part is critically important, is highlighting not just the immediate benefit, but also the co-benefits. And talking about our work holistically, I think, is really integral. Our capacity building work also offers strong area for public-private collaboration to unlock investment and support revenue for job creation for national economies through increased trade. Stipulating public-private partnerships should also continue to be a focus of STDF. So we, again, commend the work in support of that area. We look forward to continuing this cooperation, as well as the international standard-setting bodies and international intergovernment organizations on cross-cutting SPS programs. We recognize the value of engaging on these topics, as well as having discussions in challenging situations as well. The United States and USDA are on standby and ready to leverage our technical expertise, our experience, our tools, our technologies, as well as our other resources to aid in the transition to sustainable, resilient, and inclusive agriculture and food systems. And just want to close out with just, again, elevating the work of our International Climate Hub as being really a repository that we're wanting to continue to build on and incorporate good examples of how countries can access publicly shared information to strengthen its SPS systems.
Thank you, Jeremy. So, you know, we have some people in the room today. I don't know if any of you have a question, a comment to give the floor. I see two hands. Great. So maybe keep it short because we're running out of time, but we'll try to find you a mic. And please, we look forward to what you have to contribute to the dialogue.
Great, excellent panel. Thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Colette Vanderven. I run a consulting firm called Tulip, which focuses at the intersection of trade, development, and the environment. On this topic of climate change resilience SPS systems, when talking about agriculture and climate change, etc., one issue that's always there are the trade-offs, right? So you have, on the one hand, the need for food security, and on the other hand, the importance of needing to go towards resilient systems. And within that context, I had a couple of questions, and I'll make it very short. But I heard mentioned the term eco-pesticides. And I'm wondering to what extent eco-pesticides can replace fully regular pesticides, chemical pesticides, and whether they're as efficient. If you take, for instance, the African continent, one of the main issues is low agricultural yields. They're not producing enough to sustain the food needs of their population. That's only going to get worse. And one of the problems, of course, is lack of inputs to fertilizers and pesticides and low yielding seeds and things like that. So can a transition to eco-pesticides, is that sufficient to also meeting the production needs of African countries? And is there time for another question, or is that it?
Maybe we'll pass to the
Got it.
speaker
Okay, we'll keep
behind
it here.
you, if
Yeah,
you
thanks.
don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Amit. I am from India. I have a small question. That is, you mentioned about biopesticides and biofertilizer, especially to Kabi. So, how your organization is connecting community people and involving community people to make a model for their own for production of biopesticides, and what kind of scientific expertise you are giving to, if any community are interested on that.
Thank you. Thank you for those two questions. So yes, we'll pass to Lydia, I think, for the question on biopesticides. And then after answering the questions, we'll just take a key message, or an action from our panelists of, one thing that you think we could do more differently in the next year or two to really leverage some of the resources for SPS capacity building and safe trade as part of the bigger climate context. So Lydia, you first.
Thank you for asking that question. Actually, it's one of the people that work, especially in producing these biopesticides or naturally based solutions, are soil microbiomes. We have a very good team which has been working on it and has been working on producing some of these solutions for a long time. And interesting to know is that sometimes they use some things like fungi, and you'd be interested to know that there's millions of fungi, or not really millions, but thousands of fungi that have been used, or which are used especially in producing some of these biopesticides. And so that expertise is there, and it has been built over time. And that is why then the organization can be able to produce these biopesticides. And what they do then is also in terms of marketing and passing it to the community. They work with private partners. So that, like, for instance, the fall armyworm, there is a virus called Foligen, which has been between Kabi and a private farm that usually they have developed it, and they are the ones who market it. But the expertise has been built over time, and they work together.
Thank you, Lydia. So let me just pass to the panel. Thank you all for, a great job. You've been here for days. It's been a long day, agriculture and trade day. But I pass to you, Jeremy, just for a quick closing remark before we end the panel.
I'll be brief. As I briefly mentioned, I have a little bit of background in biopesticides. I'll just add this. I think there's a lot of opportunity for biopesticide, but for them to be effective, they're not as forgiving as some synthetic products, meaning that you have to apply them on time or early. You have to apply them at the right rate. You have to be very consistent to get that efficacy. So if there's going to be productivity gains, it's going to need to be supported by capacity building. And that's definitely something that, our team, USDA, and other collaborators can look to. But more generally speaking, I just want to thank again SCDF and WTO for having this discussion on this panel. It's a very critical topic for us to be talking about, the role of SPS system to attack these shared challenges.
Yes, briefly also, I think that some of the technology and innovation we just discussed are part of what we call the bioeconomy that is going really to structure some of the evolution in the future, and on which WTO will also have to define things. We are also going to be at the border, in many cases, between SPS and TBT, and I think that's going to be very important to have this integration, knowing that, of course, we have the Codex Alimentarius, but people also are bringing the idea of the Codex Planetarium on this, and so how we are going at the end to deal with health aspect, environmental aspect, without micromanaging what farmers are doing. I think that's very important. We want to define options that farmers will pick and that are after lead to safe trade. And so it's a lot of challenge, but I think we have opportunity because the last two crises we have seen, COVID-19 has shown the role of SPS and also trade facilitation. You know, in some cases we had shipments where we are blocked because there was no one to do the inspection. You know, very simple things, you know. And when we had, unfortunately, the war in Ukraine, what an organization like FAO has done is moving veterinarian services to make sure that a war doesn't combine with animal disease and things like this. And that's not the most sexy thing you hear on media, but they are critical. And I think some policymakers have realized how critical they are. And that's what we have to remind to mobilize resources to tackle the challenge we have.
Thank you. Lydia.
I would say that especially climate change and trade needs a lot of multidimensional, coordinated efforts. And if I can just briefly say, like this Army Handbook is produced between CABI and FAO, and it's a very good one for advisory services. Also, we have a lot of digital tools which are very free, and I have some things at the back one can carry at the table there. These are some of advisory tools or knowledge portals that people can use. And for trade to happen, and especially with climate change, we have to work starting from farmers all the way through the value chain.
Thank you, Lydia. Martin?
Yeah, so kind of a forward look on the STDF, no? I mean, on climate change, trade, and agriculture. I think what you see moving forward is maybe more carbon border adjustment mechanisms. I mean, like the EU deforestation regulation. What does that mean for the STDF? Is it a kind of a new area of engagement? I'm just putting a question there. We actually are doing some analytical work, working on a piece together with WTO. I think it will come out next calendar year. I mean, trade policy, climate change, and food security, priorities for a just and sustainable transition in the food system. So maybe that report can also shed some light on how SCDF, could evolve in view of that agenda.
Thank you, Martin. And we have, in fact, an external learning assessment taking place at the moment, looking at the linkages and intersections between the environment, biodiversity, and climate as part of SPS capacity development, as well as a program evaluation. So maybe some of our evaluators will be looking into some of these questions. Dinesh, some quick closing final remarks from you.
Yeah, thank you. Food safety is very, very important in the present context. And STDF is one of the, I think, global partnership organization that has strengthened the food safety, animal and plant health, capacity building to a developing country like our country. It has helped us for the safe trade of the food, agri-foods. And just to expand the trade of the small producers, STDF has supported Nepal in, I think, a long time back, said maybe in 2014 or something like it, for the establishment of ginger washing and processing facility. That has supported a large number of farmers as well as the traders to export quality nappy ginger in the overseas countries. Yeah, that's what I...
Thank you so much. And it's been really heartening, I think, for us also to see the results of that ginger project in Nepal as well. So there's a lot more information on our website, including about some regional biopesticide projects. I won't get into more detail, but I think this is an innovative type of approach as well. So a huge thank you to our panelists. A huge thank you to everyone in the room, in the Trade House Pavilion, for being, engaged, for your questions, your comments. Thank you so much for that. And a warm hand for our panelists. And thank you as well to everyone who's watching online. I unfortunately cannot see you. So great. Thanks so much. And to our co-organizers here, Daria and Violetta. Thank you.